You don't know who I am, do you? You remember Johnny? Johnny boy? Your kid brother? This thing of ours.
I was involved with that?
You're my dad. You two ran North Jersey.
We did?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Gabriel Carbo back at it again at NPC the Game on YouTube, Facebook, Gabriel Carbo, Twitter, Test Stream 88. Yeah, what's going on, baby? Today's episodes, they want you to live in a black cube forever. I get lonely. Mr. Worldwide. Yes. What's going on, Machine Lines and Machine Lines? Our friend, our brother, the professor himself. Shadow Buddha in the building. Shadow Buddha in the building. Hamburger. Yeah. Damn. 15 bucks of smoke. Yeah, shout out to Shadow Buddha for making this fire thumbnail. That's literally what I was wearing when I took Ben to school. That shit's funny. All the way from the Vans. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Yeah, big day for Ben today. He had a field trip he's been looking forward to all day, all month basically. And yeah, got him off to school. I woke up early, broke my fast. 5 days fasting. You are not like us. 5-day reset. No solid foods. Just ended that. Had some taco salad early morning. Miss NPC Rebecca made some good taco salad with some ground beef and pico de gallo, all that, and refed. And then about 30 minutes ago, I got home from the gym. I feel good. Biceps, my favorite, and chest day. Cardio, steady state cardio on the bike. It's good, bro. Shout out to Shadow Buddha for coaching me, man, and being so supportive and motivating. I mean, that's what we do, man. We mog, man. You're lucky if you got a friend like that, because like being lonely is it's a thing, man. It's something that, as DMX says in Belly, born by myself, die by myself. But in the meantime, in the between time, it's good to have someone there, multiple people there supporting you. Yeah, Ben is the future mogger, right? In training, he's field trip max. Yeah, I think they're gonna go to this zoo / amusement park. I think last time we were there was for his friend's birthday party. They got the capybaras out there. It's a little Ben. This is 1 day old, barely 1 day old. It's mogging out of control now. It's mogging like my daddy. Yeah. Yeah, so being alone is a real thing. Yeah, homies for life, mogging for 2026. West Side, let it be known. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I'll leave that up. Because this is behind me is San Jose, California, where I grew up. You know, this is me walking across the bridge when I did walk to yoga or the gym, right? Looking out at the 101. Yeah, I never thought I would make it here right now. I never thought I'd be right here right now. Let me see. My default picture wasn't showing. Thanks for that, bro. Is it showing now? Now it's showing. That should work. Okay. Yeah. Being lonely. There's benefits to being alone, though, right? There's definitely benefits of being alone.
Whenever you are being alone, you have more time for yourself, right? You have a bigger freedom for yourself. You can think about yourself. You can reflect more about yourself, and you can practice meditations, or you can think about your health and do some practices about that. You can do some self-development techniques, so you can improve yourself. So when you use that time, when you use that loneliness for good things, then you become more positive about that. Then you will never feel this sad or depressing.
Yeah, it's all about keeping a positive outlook, right? Keep you engaged with what's really going on. Like during this fast, that 5-day fast that just ended, we just listened to a lot of music, actually, which, interesting enough, as the days went on, I felt like a little bit more energy, because it's eating the fat away, right, that you have, right, in your autophagy and whatnot. And I was just listening to music, time traveling. I listened to some cool videos too. Chadabuddha says, as Tom Platt says, want to be strong, learn to be alone. Absolutely, right? It's okay to be lonely, man, right? It's okay to be alone. What's up, big dog? Brown's boy. Yeah, it's okay to be alone.
Deal with loneliness. First of all, we need to understand what is the reason behind the
What up, big dog?
loneliness. The loneliness does not occur because of other people or an outer source. Loneliness occurs when your interactions with other people does not match your desires.
Oh yeah, man. When your interactions are like just what's next, excitement, interest, curiosity, there's no time to be feeling alone or depressed, really. Yeah, every experience is a new level on the video game of life, right? Bone maxing. Yeah, we look at that. You sent me that clavicular, right? Never a dull moment. Yeah, machine. If you're free, yeah, please come up. Yeah, we can look at some of that video. And I got one to show y'all on the Saturn Cube Matrix. This fire one that Buddha made the thumbnail. Yeah, this shit's fire, bro.
Or does not match your expectations. And that expectation creates the vacuum of that missingness in life, and that creates the suffering. So luckily, because of this, we can change this loneliness to a blessing. Okay, so how to do this? When we feel lonely,
yeah, it's a blessing. It's
really important.
So, switching from compassion, let's talk about loneliness. Why? There is always need of compassion, right? So if we are to talk about loneliness, so how do you feel loneliness should be tackled? So don't you ever feel lonely? Like there is literally nobody to share your life with except your comrades or your fellow monks. There is not much, like monks have in their life.
Yes. Regarding the loneliness, so yeah, like as for me, when my parents and my teacher passed away, yeah, I felt a little bit. Then listen to his honest Dalai Lama's teaching and also reading the scriptures and all these things. Then it helped me to overcome, right?
Keep him busy and whatnot. You know what? Like, Tarek, I gotta tell you, man, because sometimes you can feel lonely up here on the stream, especially if I didn't have Browns Boy Machine and Shadow Buddha in the chat. Like, I'd be like, oh man, I feel like I'm on an island right here. But that's why I really respect some of these streamers, especially Tarek, man. Last a week and a half ago, we were chilling like for like 2 hours at least. I was in the chat, I was just talking to him, and a couple other guys we were talking to, but it was fun, man. Like, what I'm getting at is like he has a really good knack for and skill for keeping the stream interesting and flowing by himself on there. That's not easy, man. That's definitely not easy. Maybe he's an easy guy to talk to too. Yeah, man. Shout out to Tarek for sure. Yeah, and the link's in the chat, man. You're always welcome, brother. Come on now, come on, man. What we were saying, like who would do well on Joe Rogan from the Panelverse? That's right, male, female. That was fun. So since it costs a lot to find out who Snakes is, it's all good. Yeah, it does. You got to put yourself out there. Yeah. Sometimes you can feel lonely when you're around a group of people, right? That's why Facebook is weird, because when it came out, you have access to all these people and stuff, your friends, but you may have like 500 friends on your Facebook, but you don't even talk to them damn near one or two if you're lucky regularly. It's an interesting experience like that.
महेश हमेशा भीड़ में
Yeah.
Really important
Lonely.
is just learn appreciation every day. 3 things. Appreciate about you. Appreciate.
Woo! How do you live your life, young?
I have treated many old people, and it's quite interesting to watch what the unconscious is doing with the fact that it is apparently threatened with a complete end. It disregards it. Life behaves as if it were going on. So I think it is better for old people to live on, to look forward to the next day, as if he had to spend centuries, and then he lives properly. But when he is afraid, when he doesn't look forward, he looks back, he petrifies, he gets stiff, and he dies before his time. But when he is living on, looking forward to the great adventure that is ahead, then he lives. And that is about what the unconscious is intending to do. Because it's quite obvious that we are all going to die, and this is the sad finale of everything. But nevertheless, there is something in us that doesn't believe it, apparently. It doesn't mean to me that it proves something. It is simply so. And I think if you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly. I have treated many old people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite interesting.
Absolutely, Dr. Young. Absolutely. We gotta visit.
Dedication.
Way to go.
So the Fam Bam, the Machine Lies legend. How's it going, bro?
Yeah, what's going on? Blessings.
Chilling, brother. Brother. Yeah, this tripping. I got on this tip for of loneliness. I just started listening to some music, and Janet Jackson, that old song "I Get So Lonely" that I was playing that song.
Yeah,
it's a great song, man. Like, I'm not even like a big Janet Jackson fan, but like,
yeah,
wow,
that was a banger. Yeah, for sure.
that was a banger. Yeah. These people, these artists are able to paint a picture in like a narrative. It's pretty dope, and it doesn't help when you have phenomenal production, huh? It doesn't hurt. I mean, it doesn't hurt. Yeah. So I was looking up on some of these guys what they think about loneliness and what, because one man's loneliness is another man's alone. You think it's just perspective and looking at it, like how you look at it?
Yeah, of course. You mentioned recently this whole idea sort of loneliness in the crowd.
Oh yeah,
right?
man. Yeah.
And And it's a powerful concept in terms of sort of like Taoist and Sufi. You know, they both have like a sort of this concept, right, of being in society, but sort of like being alone. And sort of Kierkegaard has this idea too, right, where the knight of faith has to return to like sort of normal life, even after, you know, denying like basically almost all of existence hinges on his movement towards faith, right? So, but even then, he has to accept life, right? He can't deny life. He can't be, you know, somebody who resigns himself, right? So this is a interesting concept in terms of, you know, those who are lonely when they're alone, they're in bad company, right? You should appreciate your solitude, right? But on top of that, you know, there's a whole idea of being lonely in the crowd, and of course, people get swept up by the crowd, right?
Oh yeah.
So man is a unique animal, right? Because obviously he needs people, right? But he can also get drawn into a mass mind pretty easily. So so there's lots of different, you know, issues and problems, right?
Yeah, easily get drawn in. Easily.
Right.
Yeah. I'll get our other brother. He's here. He's here.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
We got Brown's boy, aka the source code, our local genius. What's going on, brother? How's it going, Brown's boy? Good to see you, man. Yeah. Yeah. How are you? Been a minute.
Oh, yo. Hey, man. Doing good. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. She was just dropping the science, bro. Like, you know, because like building off what I was saying about like feeling alone in the crowd. You know, I was using the example of social media.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah.
You know, to quote Aristotle, you know, he said, "To live alone, one must be an animal or a god."
Hey, damn, it's me animal, and then but my mind will try to connect the two. There's a connection there between an animal way of being and a god.
Yeah, but it's actually
the animal can be seen as a devil.
Yeah, it's
exactly
interesting
the opposite.
Because, man has a unique capacity to be alone. You know, when observed by the other animals, right? Because there's more difference between a man and a man than there is between a man and an animal. You know, meaning like there's so much variation within humans. Right. Like there's a world of difference within us that doesn't exist in the entire animal kingdom. You know, there's almost more variation in human societies than there is in any animal kingdom between two different animal kingdoms, right? So, so it's fascinating. Right?
And then genetically, we're kind of basically the same, right? There's not much that separates humans from other humans. You know, in terms of at its base core compared to like, you know, like our species or whatever as a human.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that we're uniquely disposed as to where we need people a lot in the beginning, right? Because a human baby is basically like he can't do anything on his own, right? Like there's animals that come out and they could basically like hunt and walk around and do whatever they want. Like it doesn't take them that long to learn shit, right?
Yeah.
But then, for a human, he's pretty much at the whims of nature, other than, you know, his mom taking care of him, right?
Yeah.
So that's a unique thing where we need society right at the beginning. But as we grow older, you know, a man can basically like go and live alone in a jungle the way that a lot of pack animals, they never attempt anything like that, right? Where they go off from there.
They're always together.
You know, herd.
Always
and, yeah, right. You rarely find that, you know, so.
Yeah. And you think that's not just because of for the animal, those pack animals, it's not just a physical thing. It's all psychological. They're like, it messes up their psyche, huh?
Right, the hive mind. You know, right? Because it's like, it's like there's a hive mind, and of course humans can, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the danger with humans is that they have, you know, it's like everything's more extreme in humans. So not only they have more of a capacity to be alone, they have more of a capacity to be drawn into a hive mind. All right, so
right, that's exactly like the video I was going to show you guys. This one where I get this whole concept of they want to live in a black cube, and I know Brown's Boy, you've seen it in Machine, you've seen it like all this black cube symbolism all over the world, right?
Right.
Yeah, like Saturn and all that.
Saturn, right?
And and then what the guy was talking about, it was he was comparing to the Borg in Star Trek. You know, you heard of the Borg, right?
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah. I'm a huge Star Trek fan. Yeah, and the Borg, that represents a huge thing, because the Borg is because there's also Data, right? Data is made by humans, and he wants to be like a human.
He does.
Right? Whereas the Borg is a human that doesn't know it's human, that is made by a machine. So it's like, so it's like there's interesting distinction, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the Borg is like the machine's definition of a human, whereas, Data is like our definition of a machine, try to humanize the machine.
Yeah. Yeah. Completely different, man. Do you, Brown's Boy, do you see the humans becoming like Borg? Like maybe like now, it's a hive mind there. It's just that we have this veneer of being individual, but really we're not. A lot of people aren't, right?
I mean, I know this weird fact that orphan and robot use the same term. And you know that saying where it's like you can take the gangster out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the gangster?
Right. Yes.
There is some to that line where like certain traumas and stuff basically can't be reintegrated at some point. And so you can lose,
Yeah, the word robot is a Czech word. Czech.
It is?
And it actually, it's a Slavic term that means slave.
Okay. Yeah, it would make sense. It reminds me of that new movie that got all the clout, Frankenstein. He was like a slave. That
Right.
monster
And it's funny because it's funny because they're called Slavs, right?
Yeah, Slavs, that too, right? Slaves, right?
Yeah, the word for slave in Slavic, which is robot, which they're called
they're
slaves.
robot people. The robot people.
It's weird.
The robot people. TML Chabuda says you're right. It reminds me of the story of Gilgamesh, where Enkidu is a wild man, and his death represents the prior savage life in the beginning of civilization, with Gilgamesh seeking immortality.
Right.
Cool story, huh? Yeah.
It's like Esau.
Esau, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's a wild man.
Esau, for sure. The wild man. That was the thing that on Code 24/7 used to research all the time. The wild man through all the cultures and whatnot. Yeah, he shows up everywhere. Yeah. Yeah.
The whites.
Yeah, exactly.
Pesky whites.
Oh man. But to me though, that's if you believe all that type of creation story, the Yakub, if anything, the whites are the most cutting edge on terms of technology, because they would be the newest, and this could be why there is a somewhat seemingly white paradigm of the world, no matter where you live in the world.
Yeah, historically that wasn't the case, right? It seemed like that the Romans and the Greek and the Chinese were far superior to the whites in the beginning, right? But then they later caught up, and I suspect this is because of the philosophy, right? I think it has a lot to do with the philosophy and the religious ideas, because the only thing that separates Western people from those other types of people are these ideas, right? So
Yes. When did they turn the corner, you think?
And melanin.
European. And melanin too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Does everyone have melanin though? It's just like some people have more than others.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why like whenever I show the Bobby Hemmett, Brown Boy's like Bobby Hemmett, you know what I mean? You know what's up. And his whole thing was melanin that was his Rosetta Stone, right? Breath Boy. The melanin he talked about a lot. The melanin.
Yeah, I think it's plant thing. I think it's like chlorophyll, personally. Right. No, I think it's the people from the jungle, and stuff.
Yeah.
They got some kind of chlorophyll type of thing in them, that responds to sunlight that could regulate their sleep cycle.
Yeah, dude. Like I had a wild.
Oh,
go ahead, Bronze Boy.
Cut
out for a minute.
Yeah,
he said you had a wild.
Yeah, and then you cut out.
You cut out. Yeah. Well, try it again. Well, in the meantime, just tell me to pause this. Right? This is this cube. You see the Borg in the background?
Because you are all one.
Yeah, I've seen people with that shirt. It's super corny that he bought that shirt. I mean, but yeah,
super corny. It's almost disrespectful, dog.
Right.
Oh, I just had a wild synchronicity one time where I was like researching a lot of.
Shit!
Oh, whoops,
man.
you muted yourself.
Well, you
Looks
muted
like
yourself,
accident.
Brownsboy.
Yeah, it looked like by accident there.
Yeah.
You hit mute.
You muted, Brownsboy.
Shit.
Muted.
Yeah, his phone. Yeah, his phone is kind of like takes slow from screen to screen. So maybe if maybe a slower background would help. Maybe
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Because it should
trying to be
freezing.
too.
That's how it is.
On the
Yeah.
guard. I'll put this. Not
Right.
the baddies. Simp culture.
That might help. Yeah, that might help him out.
Try that again, Brownsboy.
His phone is extremely freezing.
It's doing too much stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be doing too much.
Because every moment could be our last. Everything is more beautiful because we are doomed. And you will never
So
be
you're saying
more...
like the Vikings, the way of looking at things. Kind of true. That's kind of like Castaneda stuff. You know, you live your life like a warrior from one moment to the next. Are you back, Brownsboy? Want to try it again? Okay.
They don't
ready.
teach you in your temple. The gods envy us. They envy us because we are mortal, because every moment could be our last. Everything is more beautiful because we are doomed. And you will never be more lovely. I can't remember the rest of the quote. This will become more relevant later on in the video, right?
That is kind of interesting, huh? The immortality of humans, the mortality, excuse me, of humans, right? And we saw that in the Greek, right? In the Greeks with looking over the Titans and stuff, looking at the humans and the gods.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that? This infinite life we have, finite life we have, seemingly finite. Yeah.
I think people who believe in death, they're not the best type of people. I think or I guess another way to say this is that I guess you can't prove death is a thing, given right?
Yeah.
There's lots of options. There's almost too many other options. Right? I mean, reincarnation and afterlife being two other ones. I mean, when I look around, I mean, there's no reason in my mind to totally be a materialist and to think there's nothing else going on. Especially because, there's lots of reasons, but I think just dreams are basically enough of a reason. There's no way to explain it.
Yeah. They're so full, man. Like last night was nice dreams, crazy dreams.
Yeah,
man.
same. Yeah, I had good dreams last night.
Yeah, and you're right. It's literally you're in another world, so that it's like the mini death. Somebody say it, but when did we start using that, like focusing on death? I've heard people like in the pop culture, truther stuff. They always say culture of death. When did the mainstream become a culture of death?
I mean, death is. I mean, sometimes you got to be practical, right? Because there are like sort of transhumanists that go off the board, right? And they want to live forever in this material world, you know, because they love the material world so much, you know, and that's kind of like taking it way too far. You know, it's like, you know, if you're that much of sort of like, you know, coming at it from a hedonist perspective, right? Then I think like, you know, you're somebody who's extremely petty to say the least, but and selfish pretty much. You know, there's no other reason for it, pretty much. All right. So so I mean, death is a practical thing in certain regards, but I'm just talking about the permanence of death in the material.
That's it.
Yeah, that seems like there's no way to prove that, right? But there's also you know, no reason to think that it's not in some sense a good thing, because life forever, maybe in this world at least, it might be extremely boring.
Yeah.
You know, like after like you reach like the 900th year, you might be like, oh shit, man.
I seen that like here at the park because we do have a good, like I said, we have a good quote unquote medical system, I put quotation marks, right? Compared to the US and other places where you get medicine for really cheap, you can see your doctors and whatnot. So people are extending their life. So I see a lot of old people when I go to the park and walk, or I'm talking to you guys on Discord or whatever, and you see these old people in wheelchairs, and a lot of them have like feeding tubes in their nose and stuff, and they have their Filipino Indonesian helper. That's like a baddie lightweight, but she's doing this like this caring for this person who's basically like a Borg, you know, that just holding on, right? We talk about quality of life. The quality of life, Browns boy. The quality of life is just bad. So they may not be living at 900 like Peter Thiel might want to, but living to 80 something for some of these people it's not fun, to say the least. You know? Yeah, I might live to like, you know, I might want to live a few hundred years if they keep on replacing the Filipino nurses soon, right? But you know. Yeah. For sure, yeah. Oh man, I like you, man. Get some of these girls right here, right? Take care of you. Look at those thighs, Jesus. Yeah, back to the board. Just like you said, you had the chat cracking up machine when you said Erica Kirk's face is concerning. Holy crap! Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's just like this shirt is concerning, but let's see what he has to say.
And also, later on, this video might mess up with your head a bit. It's one of those ones, okay?
There you go, the Borg machine.
The year is 1990. You probably weren't born yet. I wasn't born in 1990.
Oh, you guys
bear with me. You're watching Star Trek. Jean-Luc Picard, the captain of the ship, is captured by the Borg. But they do not imprison him. They do not kill him. Later on, he turns up and addresses his crew. He says, I am Locutus of Borg. Resistance is futile. So who are the Borg? Well, the Borg are a transhuman race in the future that have integrated their minds with machines willingly.
That's exactly what they're trying to do, right? Willingly. The Elon Musk and them.
Or not. They have lost all sense of self. There is no self. There is no sovereignty within the Borg. You have become the hive mind. Your mind is integrated with others. You know what's
really fascinating? I don't want to really do spoiler alert, but if you go and watch the Locutus episode, there's a huge commentary on technological society. Because, I mean, actually, Picard's brother is somebody who is a French person who grows grapes so that he can make wine. So he's living an extremely old lifestyle, and he has a son that he would like, him to continue the farm, but he wants to go, and be part of the, the Federation and so on and so forth.
Like his uncle.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So he's persuaded by all these dreams of star travel. He goes on, looks at the sky at night, right? And so they have this entire, thing where his brother says, "You guys are going up there and making war, and nothing's ever going to get solved by having these quests, right?" And you're just going to get yourself in a bigger and bigger galactic war soon, right? And for the most part, it's true, right? And then you have people like, Noonien Singh, right? Who think it's better for humanity to just be destroyed. You could build a superior human race, right? So
that's not hey, welcome back, Browns boy. Everything good? Yeah, we got the cool background for you now. Machine, the person that you mentioned right now, is that a real person or a person from Star Trek that wants to?
It's a guy. It's a guy from Star Trek who created, the enemy of Kirk. Right, Kirk has like an enemy who's like a genetic hybrid, who's like a Punjabi, right? And and he kind of like steals like bitches and stuff, and like takes over space and shit. And he's created by Noonien Singh. Dr. Noonien Singh started the genetic wars on Earth, where he tried to create a new breed of humans that tried to wipe out humanity.
Damn. And was that his purpose in the beginning? His was trying to, or that just got out of hand? The experiment became something that, or that was
he knew full well what he was doing, but he also creates the cyborg data, right? So he creates, not the cyborg, but the cybernetic android data, right? It's based on them, right? So, so he created data. That's one of the main characters of Star Trek Generation. Right. I'm sorry, the Next Generation. Right. So it's fascinating.
Yeah. We're talking about cloning people. God damn. Yeah. Bros, why you come across clones? People cloning information on that?
Yeah, I've seen some of that.
I've seen some of that crazy shit. Yeah.
Because there is no loneliness. You are part of the Borg. There is no conflict amongst Borg members because you are all one hive mind.
Let me say this again. That was a good analogy you used. With this uncle saying, yeah, you guys want to go and want to explore space, however, but you're causing conflict when there doesn't have to be, right? You know, it's kind of like going, and I always bring it back to streamings and stuff. It's like kind of like going out and exploring new streams and stuff, right? Or even more dangerous, going to charted streams, charted areas in the galaxy of streaming that are hostile, right? Going there, right? Because these ops are going to come for you and stuff like that. But people still did that. Like I saw Lindsay do that recently this morning when I was like browsing.
She's on a crazy trip. Where she's getting a lot of hatred recently. I support her for the most part.
Yeah, me too.
To be honest, I really don't think Cynthia's an honest person, and so on and so forth. She's shown like she's willing to collude with basically snitches, like weirdos and all sorts of things, just for the purposes of entertainment. Which, since it's not entertaining to me, or not really that many people, I don't really understand the purpose of it. So
could be like some people like things that are considered taboo or sick to some of us, but that's what they get off on, I guess. Some type of shit,
energy from it. Yeah, some sort of vampirism where it's like you really like either slut shaming or doing some other weird stuff. And I'm not
that's what was happening to her today.
Yeah. I'm not really like a liberal type of dude, but they all support that whenever they feel it's appropriate, right? They support degenerate behavior and then they shame it whenever they feel it's appropriate. So this just kind of seems hypocritical to me.
Yeah.
Right? And I've always got along with Lindsay. I think she has a swell personality. So I don't know.
That's some player talk. He says swell for sure. I agree.
I'm not trying to swoon her or anything.
No. I mean, it just be like playing, like
But yeah, like
Michigan Bay Area shit.
Yeah, I've always got along with her. We've always had cordial conversations. So
right. Yeah, and it's funny because I listened to Ortho Guy because that was cool. Like he streamed today. He hadn't streamed in a while, I think.
A lot of trash talking on there with the Himsa and
Cynthia. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, and then Lindsay went up there, and I was like, okay. She said she didn't want to. Yeah, she went up there and it was like she said she didn't want to fight or anything, and then I believe her, right? And then, but as soon as she's went up there, Cynthia's like, oh, well, are you sure you don't want to trash? You want to fight, like egging her on, right?
She's trying to make content, and Lindsay needs to understand that sometimes you need to not give them the content that they so much want and desire.
You're working out, machine.
Oh, whoops!
You're kind of.
Is that for everybody or?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
real quick.
Yeah, let me know if y'all can hear me because I'm on some shit.
You were in the metaverse for a second.
Yeah,
I didn't hear anything you said.
Yeah, I was just trying to say, like, sometimes the good thing is not to give them the content, right? And that's when sometimes having your own channel comes in handy because you just make a video on your own channel, like, oh, I want to address this, but not really, or like I don't really want to talk to these people. Like I'm not going to give them content, but I will address the situation.
Is that just me? Browns boy, could you hear him?
No, I can't
that
hear
might
him.
be you. Yeah, that might be just you. Yeah.
Oh, you could hear him, Browns boy?
Yeah, everything's straight on mine. So
okay, I don't know. It's weird. Okay, all right. Let's be quiet then. This year, commentary on giving some analysis on the situation. I'll say, because it was like Cynthia was getting on her, and then Ahimsa got on her for some shit, and then I was like, I gotta take Ben to school. I don't want to be. This is the last thing I listen to when I see him off. He's having a cool field trip or whatnot.
Right.
But yeah, man, there's like a lot of when you put yourself out there, some like, man, even if you have good intentions, people are gonna try to chastise you. That's why I guess you gotta be okay with being alone, right? The solitude, that's a good word for it. I think instead of being alone. Because alone just seems like a weird connotation, and I don't really believe I'm ever alone, even when I those angels on my shoulder watching me. Yeah. Cut going on. Someone's always watching. I feel taken care of in a sense. Yeah. I guess that has to do with how I was brought up too. Let's see what these guys have to say.
They have reached some kind of like globalist omega point.
That's another great point there.
They're also
pretty much because we're not really sure what's really out there, right?
Yeah.
We're not really sure, like, how much our memories and our mind and what we're corresponding with, and even that's sort of, on a spiritual level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there could be, angelic and demonic forces all around us that we're corresponding with all the time, right? Even when we're alone, all right? And, and especially when you're in certain places, right? Certain places that have a lot of activity. It's like, like a church or, like a mosque. Like you could be there alone, but there's a lot of energy there, right? Just on its own, right?
Feel it. Definitely feel it. Yeah. Ooh, the most probably jarring experience I've had with that situation is at a cemetery. Because supposedly these people are quote unquote dead, right? Organically, biologically dead, right? However, it feels full. It's a weird feeling. It's empty but full, right? Very strange. Yeah. Is there anything? I wonder what this has anything to do with the rise in liminal art, liminal spaces being a big thing, right? Like the back rooms, these cool artistic renditions of these landscapes of big train stations with no people in it.
Yeah, it's postmodernism, right? All
That's
the nostalgia art.
Yeah,
right?
that's
There's a lot of postmodernist influence because they're trying to draw from this concept of hauntology, right? So they're doing like all this weird, ghosts of our past, ghosts of our future, and so to speak.
God damn. Yeah, machine. That's a good way. Hauntology, because it's kind of like fucks with you. Because on one end, you're like in this big open space, like a train station, or even the back rooms will take office buildings, cubicles should be here. It should be buzzing with activities, right? But there's nobody there. It's like fucking with you. It's like you're so close, yet so far away. I'll keep going back to the social media thing. Never in my life have I had so many quote unquote friends on paper, with my different social medias, but really don't really talk to them.
It's like, it's just reality is that concentrated human activity permeates time, right? It just does.
Mm-hmm. So the more focused you're locked in on a time, on the activity, the more time seems to fly by. You're saying, or feel like it's like
or become subjective, so on and so forth. That's
Mm-hmm.
what they're claiming. Right, but of course they've gone beyond the idea that time and language are basically the same thing. They believe, right?
Yeah. These guys have one mind, one experience.
Immortal, because even if your body dies and you are destroyed, your memories, your knowledge continues within the Borg hive mind. They also fly around in a giant black cube. Yeah, they fly around in a giant black cube.
That's an interesting choice for a vehicle, right? A black cube, right?
Pretty symmetrical.
Yeah.
Efficient. Doesn't seem very aerodynamic. Yeah, because they're chasing down other ships and stuff. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's possible.
Kind of just floating there.
In a giant black.
But the thing is that if part of it gets hit, all they need to do is make other segments of the same thing.
So they can repair it very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Borg is sort of optimized for efficiency. So the humans all sort of sit in these pods where they charge up, right? And the humans are just made to build these quadrants and Borgs, right? So they just create the same thing over and over.
The opposite of what we do to them, to the machine, huh?
Right, and if they encounter cultures and civilizations that are different from theirs, they take the knowledge and information and assimilate it into the project of building the Borg. So there's so they don't change just because they encounter new information, right? No, they're kind of like Procrustes, rather. They use the information that they already have on the table to adjust reality to the situation that they see, right?
I see. Yeah.
Cube. Yeah, they fly around in a giant black cube. Now, it would be crazy, right? It would be insane if those groups of powerful individuals today that believe that we should integrate our minds with machines in order to...
What a creeper. He saw he brought him up there.
To live forever. But not only that, but potentially integrate our minds...
I never heard you speak on them. I'm sure you have, definitely, but what's your take on this Epstein character in general?
Well, I think it's interesting how, Trump and Epstein are basically just owned by the Rothschilds, and it confirms a lot of stuff, how they're working for the Rothschilds, and how they have similar goals and aspirations, and how they're linked politically through all these groups, and so
they kind of raised him up, right? More in maybe in a roundabout way. Because he wasn't like a millionaire always, right? Like the people are using him for some reason. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of history there, I think, with Robert Maxwell, and others, and obviously, it extends to a lot of other areas that, sort of we were talking about yesterday with like Roy Cohen and McCarthy
Roy
and
Cohen, there you go.
because that ties into the whole sexual blackmail scandals, right?
Yeah.
They had those back then.
Yep.
Right. So using those for political gain and in order to control certain people and groups, right? So so it seems like yeah,
that seems like what, because I was going to say that's a very important function he did with that, recording them doing their degeneracy,
right. Yeah,
for
exactly.
blackmail. Yeah.
So
Yeah. And then in the movie I watched, part of it, The Apprentice, Cohen literally showed Trump his little secret room where he records everyone. He's like, I have the Cardinal of New York here. I got the mayor on tape. I got the treasurer. He got dirt on everyone. That's how a lot of times how he won his cases. It'd be an impossible case to win. He just go talk to him right before the vote on whatever they're voting on, like the city council or whatever. You go, I got that tape, remember?
In order to live forever. But not only that, but potentially integrate our minds into a hive mind so we all become one. That would be insane, right? But it would be even more crazy if these ideas came from ancient mystic belief systems that also contained symbolism similar to a black cube. And it would be crazy if they used this symbolism to
Santa Ana, man, Denmark, Australia. Maybe you can find a cube in Michigan somewhere. They probably got one somewhere, huh? Has to be.
today. That would be insane, right?
Oh, the dead.
So to begin with, we have to talk about Adolf Hitler's favorite painting.
Where's Neurojet?
Yes, we're going to talk about Hitler's favorite painting. Bear with me, okay? The Isle of the Dead. Now, this painting was very popular in the 1930s, especially within Germany. People would have this hanging up in their homes, which is very strange because it's such a dark painting.
This says a lot about their culture. If like this is like the the normal painting they have in their house. I mean, it's really striking, definitely, huh? But yeah, that's a culture. That's an interesting culture. Speaking about efficiency, Germany and whatnot.
Right.
But what is this painting?
Oh yeah, Here we go. A lot of these guys that'd be like you're researching all the existentialists, for example. They're German, right? There a lot of those guys were German.
Well, Germany is pretty much known for idealism, right? So,
and what idealism in a nutshell is,
it's sort of an idea that there's no material things. Most material things are just made of ideas, right? So they would usually ascribe that to sort of one mind, right? So, so it would sort of be that the fundamental basis of reality is mind, and not physical, matter, right? Yeah. And so there's lots of guys that were German that started out talking about that. Like the first one was, probably Spinoza, and Spinoza was trying to, sort of refute Descartes. Right, so he saw, Descartes as sort of a dualist, and he thought that that's pretty much untenable within his philosophy. Right, so he began to argue that, mind and nature and God are basically the same thing.
Mind, nature, and God. Spinoza said this.
Yes.
Mind.
Yeah, he said mind is basically the other part of physical matter. And that they're part of a dual aspect monism that then also extends, throughout all of nature, and that nature was God. Is what he said, right?
Spinoza says, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of a comforting feeling could be for some.
It is
like nature. Yeah.
Yeah, it is an interesting and sort of very modern look at things, right? Because he was a sort of a Jew living in Amsterdam, and they had never heard anything of the like. And so this might be because of his associations, with the Rosicrucians, or his correspondence with other philosophers, that he came up with these arcane conceptions. But
yeah, That sounds like a very occult, new age type occult,
Yeah.
outlook on stuff. Like think of Gaian theory.
Yeah.
And all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you had sort of like Kant and Hegel and Frege, and they sort of came to the conclusion of a sort of phenomenology. So then went from idealism to the phenomenologists, right? They were also Germans, right? They were
Okay.
taking sort of idealism to its next logical conclusion and saying that reality is based on these phenomenon or processes that are products of mental states and so on and so forth.
Mhm. Based on mental states. Okay. Makes me
Right.
go back to the whole Egyptian and then beyond. Like we talk about the universe is mental, all mental.
Oh yeah, they were on point with that for sure.
Yeah.
They had something. They had a significant contribution, and there's lots of ancient philosophers, right?
Uh-huh.
That were, from Hinduism to Plato to, lots of other people that came to the same conclusion, sort of.
Yeah. TML, why would you say that the Catholic Church and even Judaism seem to be opposed with this like a Gaia mind type of theory?
I think it's because they're sort of supporting of an idea mainly because of the theology of national restoration, right? Of the Jays, right? There's this idea that the world is put in a state of sort of like estrangement from God until like the Jews go back to the Holy Land, and like do the rituals, right? So they have this idea that eventually there's going to be like a new age on Earth, right? So they have this, so they're caught up in this sort of idea, and you could look at like ideas from like Vilna Gaon and the Kabbalah and so on and so forth, and there's sort of other thinkers, right? Obviously the Sabbateans have this idea of the holiness of sin, right? That they could commit sins to make the end time come faster, right? Because the sin is part of a game, you see, where it's part of sort of a process, right? Where the sin will, the age of sin will come to a conclusion, right? But first it has to like sort of implode on itself.
Limit. Yeah,
exactly,
the
right?
limit. Right.
Yeah. So for the Catholics, right? The Catholics actually, unlike the Orthodox Christians, right? They have a stronger belief in original sin.
They do.
Right. So they actually support this, and the Protestants back them up on it. And sometimes they're in councils, sort of ecumenical councils with the Protestants, right? So from the Catholics, they're kind of like hands off with Christianity. They're trying to sort of make a general sort of Christianity that works with different Christian groups. But they have a stronger belief in original sin than the Orthodox. So
they do.
So they may think more of in terms of fallen world, and and of course the confessionals and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that is weird. So could we say that then Catholics are somewhat of accelerationists? Or because I'm thinking about the Sabbateers, those guys, or not those Jews that do that, all those taboo things instead. Those guys are definitely accelerationists.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of that in Catholicism per se, but they might think in general, right, that there is a link between Europe and Catholicism and Israel as a nation, right? And they might find some link between Israel as a nation and Catholicism. For example, General Allenby, right, when he came to Israel, right, for the Europeans, right, he said something like, we have returned for the crusade, pretty much, or something like that, right? So, so he was referencing the Crusades, right, on his expedition to Palestine, right? So if you check that out, it's pretty interesting. How even in Britain they saw the Crusades and the land of Israel as linked in this ancient, like basically like medieval holy war and so on and so forth.
Okay, yeah.
I believe that Eric Prince said something like that too, right? Like during the War on Terror, the CEO of Blackwater, he said he's in a global crusade against Islam.
Ooh, yeah.
So
yeah, global crusade to poke the bear to get to Armageddon. Like,
right.
in the meantime, extract resources and money, and probably do some weird shit like some weird vampirism, getting energy off that, misery off people. That's what I was thinking. Since we're talking about accelerationism, or at least I brought it up too. We're gonna watch some of this clavicular video you sent. Let's see.
Yeah, but check this out. General Edmund Allenby entered Jerusalem on foot, and on December 11, 1917, marking the end of 400 years of Ottoman rule. While and he said, "Suleiman, we have returned."
We have returned, huh?
Yeah, Suleiman, we have returned, in reference to Suleiman the Magnificent and the Crusades.
So that never ended for him. They'll pick up where they left off.
Right.
Yeah. Suleiman. I wonder if Suleiman would be happy with this guy. Good old clavicular.
Oh my fucking
Start driving with this guy. Drive.
Yeah, this dude's crazy too. They show him later.
Oh my god! You probably just ran him over.
Oh, you mean that guy he hit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's an interesting character.
Oh my god.
This story is blown up everywhere right now. Streamer Clavicular. Yeah, we have talked about him before. It is the same 20-year-old guy who literally smashes his own face with hammers and metal objects trying to get sharper cheekbones and a better look. That guy, now he is back in the spotlight for something way more serious. Apparently, he ran over a stream sniper who had been stalking him for months. Not just a random troll either. This was someone who kept showing up around him and other streamers again and again until things got completely out of control. It reached a point where this guy climbed onto the hood of Clavicular's Cybertruck. And remember, on a Tesla, the trunk is in the front. So he was right there on the front hood in plain view. The clip going around is wild, and I had to censor the exact moment.
Hey, look at that. Oh, God, look at this. Adam 22 with Lana the Plug. Aiden Ross. And some guys wearing black sweats, the porno interracial company.
Yeah, it looked like they set up a studio inside of a hotel room or something like that. Because they're sitting on the bed right there. It looked like it's a double bed.
Double bed, yeah. I think it's Aiden Ross's weird trying to be a man of a people stream he has at his mansion. You know what I mean? He wants to see he makes it look like this is his his little bedroom. I'm just a humble streamer, like most streamers, right? But this kid is the one. This Jewish kid is basically like the co-owner of Kick, and into a lot of vampiric things people can say. Well, they'll call it entertainment.
Of impact to follow YouTube TOS because it crosses a line if you show it straight up. What we are seeing now is the boiling point of months of stalking, tension, and nonstop irritation building up
You
until
seen that guy before, Neon?
No.
He's a Muslim Indian guy.
No, I've not seen him before.
Yeah, he started off by faking his death when he was like 11 or 12 years old, right? And then he became famous maybe about 3 years ago by cussing people out, like horribly, saying all racist things to people. And that guy Aiden Ross, he brought him on. He kind of vouched for him and built him up. And now Neon is doing these streams on Kick, but now he tried to reinvent himself as a nice guy.
Yeah, he looked like he's not
here's where
taking
it
the
gets-
advice of this other dude, right? So, he looked like he needed to hit the gym or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Look at those arms, bro.
Yeah, right. He looked like he get knocked out by one punch. Yeah,
Easily. One punch man, huh?
messy.
Yeah,
I do not know if you can legally.
Yeah, he definitely bones maxing. You know?
Look at that. Oh, shit. You take the hammer on his bones, it'll just fucking break completely.
He runs someone over just because they have been stalking you, bothering you, or even jumping on your car. And here's the craziest part. When he says this one specific thing, that might be what really comes back to haunt him in court.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The collar. He was on the collar. Oh my god. I don't know.
Hopefully.
That is a wild statement to say out loud. You just ran someone over, and the first thing out of your mouth is he after running him over illegally, brother? That is not something you casually throw around. And then he follows it up with, luckily, this is Florida. Like that somehow makes it better. Sure, Florida has some unique laws, but that does not mean
That's a
you
guy
can
right
just hit
there.
someone with your car
I
and
see
brush
him
it
before,
off.
yeah.
Real talk, he might be in serious trouble. Now, for more context, this was posted by Clip Season on Twitter. They said Clavicular got
dude
banned
look
on
weird
Kick
as
after
hell.
crashing his Cybertruck while trying to
This guy?
The
Oh, the
dude
guy
that
that hit him?
attacked him has got like
run
crazy
over a stream.
sideburns.
Sniper. That alone
He looks like a weird Little Pump
sounds
clone or
insane.
something.
And if you look at the footage, the blonde guy you see there is the same stream sniper who has allegedly been following Clavicular, Neon, Aiden Ross, and other streamers for months.
literally
He
a
has been
clout
popping up
chaser.
everywhere. Last night, Clavicular ran into him and some
Gives a full front Max makeup tutorial. Oh wow, men are making. I know people are already doing it in Asia, wearing makeup.
of his friends while they were holding up signs, and that is when everything spiraled fast.
You see what happened with your buddy Ed Matthews? Come on,
What happened with my
release
buddy?
the cookie file. That's all you want to know. Release
But
it.
yeah, it looks weird, bro. Like a Oompa Loompa.
Tell him about the N-word. He said it today. Oh yeah, I have to check you. Yeah. Why do you think feeling common black people the bad? How you feel about that? You can't say that, bro. You can't call us. We work hard for our people. We work hard for our moms. Don't call us a nigga. Don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me.
Take a
Do
step
not
back.
touch me.
Take a
Don't
step
put
back.
your hands on me.
Take a step back.
Don't touch me. I don't give a
Take a
fuck.
step back.
Don't touch me. Why you touching me
Take a
for?
step
Don't touch me.
So as you can see, there was already an altercation earlier that night before Clavicular ended up running the guy over. This did not just come out of nowhere. Things were already heated. Words were exchanged, tensions were high, and the energy was clearly off. I have to say this straight up. A lot of these streamers need way better security.
Yeah, that guy looks like a piece of crap or something, literally. On the right, that's him.
When you are constantly dealing with trolls and people who show up in real life, you cannot just move around without protection and expect nothing to happen. Situations like this can spiral fast. And now, instead of just dealing with an annoying stalker, you could be looking at something as serious as a major criminal case. That is not a small problem. Now, here is where it gets complicated. This allegedly happened in Florida, and Governor DeSantis signed a law that people have been talking about, where if someone is blocking your car or jumping on your vehicle and you believe you are in danger, there are certain legal protections. Some people interpret it as you can drive away if you fear for your safety.
I don't think anybody.
On paper,
I don't
it
think
sounds
he
like
was.
it is meant to
I don't even think he went to court for all that shit that happened.
I don't know. I think they said he did go to court at the end of the video.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
protect drivers in chaotic
Yeah, but I don't think
situations.
he
And let us be
what you would call it with the jail or anything like
Be
that.
honest.
Bro.
If someone jumps on top of your car, starts acting
that is
wild,
right.
and you
That
genuinely
dude
think
looked
you're
like
about to get
he was
hurt,
trying to
most
get him
people
with
are not going
something,
to
and
sit
he
there
gave him
calmly.
what he
A
wanted.
lot of folks would panic and hit the gas
Yeah.
to get out of danger. I get that mindset completely. But here's the issue. I'm not fully convinced.
Because if
Yeah,
he's
'cause
out
we
there
wouldn't
like,
even-
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we wouldn't even know who that kid is if it wasn't for him throwing himself on his car.
Yeah, because he's like he's thinking like because like earlier he's trying to accuse him of saying the N-word, so he's like kind of like a snafu snaps type of person where he's trying to get him on something, anything,
Yes.
right? Like
Yes, yeah.
to pump himself up here. So
Yeah. Even though Snafu Snap has called me that and other people, which is interesting.
Right.
Yeah, this guy's probably done some stupid shit too.
Convinced that law will protect Clavicular. From the clip, it did not clearly look like he was in immediate fear for his life. That is going to matter big time. If this ends up in court, and it gets even crazier, earlier that night, a Twitter user named Yoic, or Noic, claimed they found a deleted VOD clip from Clavicular right before the incident. In that clip, he says, and I quote, "I want to seriously hurt each and every one of these guys," which sounds like he is talking about the protesters we saw earlier. If that quote is real, that could seriously come back to bite him.
Bro, your best course of action is just getting your weapon.
and
Yeah, I know
it
the
looked
best
like he
course of
got
action.
arrested on battery charges. Because I tried to look this up, if he went to court, and it said a day ago he got arrested on battery charges.
Oh yeah. I remember seeing that in the news, right? And then the day before that, Machine, like some girl hit him in the face, got charged with battery. So he's all fucked up for him. I think this guy's gonna. He has a recipe for flaming out, meaning he's gonna he's just gonna burn out. Something's gonna happen. Too much shit, huh?
But I want to play each and every one of these guys. In GTA. No, I want to. Well,
I'm not gonna lie, Clavicular gives off serious Patrick Bateman. Norman Bateman.
Look at this guy. I mean, I was to ask if you would do it or not, but I could understand why someone would just hit him.
It might also be the Tesla truck. Like the way it's shaped.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's kind of shaped like weird. If you're driving around in it, and even if you've been driving around in cars for a long time, you might not. You know,
You're
like,
not used to that perspective. The perspective of even though this guy who made this videos definitely doesn't like Clavicular, and he's trying to like say like, oh, the hood is in the back, so you should be able to see, you know, what was in front of him and whatnot.
Bates vibes, real American Psycho energy, the cold stare, the calm tone, that detached attitude. It is all there. I am just saying the vibe is intense, and honestly, that could explain some of his cold and callous behavior on stream. But even if you are just a regular person, not some edgy internet character, being stalked, stream sniped, and harassed for months would push anybody to the edge. I'm about to show you footage where he was allegedly physically attacked by this same guy before. At some point, the pressure builds up. It really does. Imagine this. You are out one night with your girl and your friend, just trying to chill, and the same dude who has been bothering you,
it's me and Machine right there,
you for months, suddenly shows up again. Before you know it, you almost get into a fight, tensions are high, and then he jumps on top of your vehicle, trying to keep the chaos going. That would make almost anyone snap. Road rage happens over way less than that. Now let me be clear. I am not justifying what Clavicular did. There are smarter ways to handle it, like filing reports, getting a restraining order, or going through proper legal channels. Running someone over is not the move. But at the same time, I can understand how months of harassment can mess with someone's head and lead to a breaking point. According to a post by Corsa, the guy who got driven over is the same stream sniper who has allegedly been harassing Clavicular and other streamers for months. The post also claims he even physically confronted Clav and Neon weeks ago. If that is true, this situation has been building for a long time.
get this little out of here.
There you go, Neon.
All right.
I'm assaulting you. I'm not
So that is the guy right there.
Okay.
The one on the right is the same person who allegedly got run over last night by Clav. That is the face everyone is talking about right now. And the whole situation is just wild. And let me say this clearly. Throwing random, unidentifiable liquids on someone is a harmful act. That is not a prank. That is not funny. That is not content.
Okay.
If you walk up and toss some mystery liquid on a person, you are crossing a serious line. People have the right to defend themselves if they are physically attacked. That is just common sense. This incident actually happened weeks ago. And Clav.
With that said, Machine, do you remember years ago there was something called the Malice at the Palace? The Palace at Auburn Hills, Detroit, where the Pistons play? Where
yeah, I think so, yeah.
Where some liquid was poured on the player.
Yeah.
And they went crazy.
I think it was Ben Wallace, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I do remember this. Yeah. You know, one of my homies went to a club and he said that Ben Wallace was beating this chick up inside the club and he dragged her to his car. And he said nobody did anything about it.
Holy crap.
Yeah. And he's like, he was telling me, he's like, I hope you're not a fan of Ben Wallace because he's a piece of shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's fucked up, bro. Yeah, Ben Wallace, that's not, co-sign on that. Yeah, I thought he was kind of chill, even though he's like a big bruiser, kind of.
Yeah, he looked like he might be like.
What? Like G Unit, Gorilla Unit?
Continue to cover this incident between the Indiana Pacers and the Detroit Pistons fans again.
Jackson.
We cannot
there's
drive
a beverage.
this home enough. This is something, you go across the board of the four of us here. We've been around a lot of sporting events, all right? Either playing in them or watching them. This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Well, the age of electronics is kicking in because I just got a beat from Joe Dumars, and one of the things he's taking issue with is us sitting up here.
You missed it.
I've ever seen.
He punched the guy with the Tayshaun Prince jersey. Huh?
Yeah.
Playing in them or watching them.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching this.
I was watching it too.
I was a fan of
I
at
just
the
got a
time.
beat from Joe Dumars, and one of the things
Oh, you're
he's
a fan of
taking
the
issue
Pistons,
with
sure.
is us sitting up here right now and basically saying that it was justified for those those
beverages
players
now.
to go into those stands. He says there's no justification, regardless. The fans were wrong, but the players should not exacerbate.
But we're not saying that there's justification. What I'm trying to say is that you can definitely empathize with the reaction of someone who was involved in a very volatile and emotional situation.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Let's switch back and forth to this. Back to the Isle of Death.
Well, I don't really like explaining paintings to people. I like to leave that to your interpretation. But at the time, especially to someone like Adolf, this painting kind of represented the transportation to the afterlife. See, the Isle represents the stillness of the afterlife or death. And as you can see, the figure is being dragged there. It's not in chains. It's not looking back. The figure is looking forward and is embracing destiny, embracing the afterlife, embracing death. And that's kind of beautiful to me in a way. Even though it's kind of scary, it's beautiful. This acceptance of death. And you can see it echoes some kind of Greek mythology in some way or another, right? You can think of Charon or Charon, the transporter over the river Styx into the afterlife, right? And the antithesis of this, the absolute opposite of this embracing of death, would be Kronos. So within Greek mythology, you have the god Kronos. Now, Kronos...
There's theories out there about how, like, the Greek gods, for example, they're just the pantheon of gods are just like a updated version of the Egyptian pantheon of gods, who probably got it from somebody else, the Kemites or whatever. What do you think about that? You think there's a lot of correspondence with these cultures, or it's just like a human, like, primal thing or archetypal thing? And this is how each culture handles that, expresses that.
I'm a negator on the whole concept of of archetypes, right? But I do like the idea that these were basically like one religion at some point.
Yeah.
Right, and that there was a much more expansive civilization on Earth right, that can account for the similarities between the pagan pantheons, right? Because they seem very, like, I mean, the pantheons seem extremely similar, right?
Yes.
And even the functions of the gods seem similar. So,
Oh, can you expand on your why you don't your negator on archetypes? A lot of folks, they're all into that on the pop new age psychology and stuff.
yeah, I'm just a no on dualism, the forms, right? The idea that there's this other realm where these ideas exist. One author, right, who's a sort of a Sufi, but he's sort of like more Masonic, right? He said it's the dustbin of the ideas of history.
Okay.
I said, why would these discarded images have any function? Right? So I don't, I don't like the whole idea of sort of discarded images or, realms that are beyond this realm. Right? I think the world is fundamentally composed of spirit. Right? So I don't think that there is any such thing as matter. Right? So on and so forth.
Right. It's just what someone will say. It just seems so real when you touch it and all that. What can we say to that? I feel my skin, the table right here, all that shit.
Oh yeah,
it's still spirit.
No, that's not spirit. That's the mind. Right, the mind is real. Right, and there's many minds. Right, so how you feel the difference between yourself and other things, that's those are the mental properties, right? So at the bottom of whole material experience, I'm basically an idealist as well, right? So I follow them to that sort of idea, because
rational conclusion.
Because what is matter? It's basically the limitations of our ability to define what it is, right? Because it's just kind of like you smash atoms, you get to more fundamental particles, and they don't, and their behavior is not, comport with what we expect, right? So
it's a good argument right there.
Succeeded his father, Uranus, and he feared that the same thing would happen to him. In fact, he was told this would happen. His children would take over power, and he would lose his power. He was not happy about this. So what did he do? He devoured his children. He ate his children to stop this natural cycle, because that's what it is. Old people die and their children continue on living. That's the natural cycle of life. And he did not want to embrace this fate.
So like the boomers nowadays. Why don't you just die, boomers? Yeah, come on, man.
But, of course, the plan backfired. He puked up his children, and then Zeus became the new top dog. And the cycle continued. Now, as you can tell, Kronos wanted to freeze time. He did not want the natural cycle. You could almost say he did not want to die. He wanted to remain in power forever. This is kind of like the boomer mindset. Would you not agree? This is the boomer mindset. We've got all these 80-year-old boomers that still want to hold on to power.
Where's Margot in the background?
And they still want to hold on to their wealth and fame. Anyway, that's kind of a critique of boomers. But when you look at this, you can see the contrast between the Isle of the Dead, this acceptance of fate, the acceptance of death, the afterlife, whereas Kronos would not accept this. Now, here's where things get a little strange, because Kronos, or Cronus, is represented by the planet Saturn. You know Saturn? Saturn is the planet with the rings around it. Now, these rings around Saturn's orbit, they used to be moons, but they've been crushed, and now they are rings. And Saturn is slowly consuming these rings. It is slowly consuming these moons into its gravitational pull. So you could say Saturn is eating its children. But it gets even stranger, because on the North Pole of Saturn, a hexagon shape appears.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that other Saturn resonating god Baal eat children too, allegedly?
Yeah, this is supposedly there's some ideas that comport with sort of child sacrifice.
Yes.
Right? And also that comport with a sort of fertility cult.
Uh-huh.
Right, in terms of trying to control the weather through like blood rituals and so on and so forth, because it's also like a storm god and whatnot. So.
Yeah. Even here, correspondence, the main god here is Matsu, and it's a woman that's black, like black colored, and she is like the storm god, right? And supposedly, some of the during World War II, when the Americans wanted to bomb Taiwan because Japan was a colony of Japan, they say they saw that Matsu thing in the sky, and then the weather got really bad. Now, this is some of their accounts and stuff. To take it with a grain of salt, but still, I thought that was interesting. And she is like a plump, looked like a fertility goddess too. So yeah.
Is the six-sided shape of the hexagon. And you could say, if you put a cube at a certain angle, it appears as a hexagon, a six-sided hexagon. Can you see this? So that's a bit weird. But also, Kronos is not the only god that is represented by Saturn. And it's not the only religion that uses the six-sided shape of the hexagon. Now, the black cube and the hexagon shape can be found in Jewish mystic traditions. The Kabbalah, yes, of course. You'll find Hasidic Jews with little black cubes on their head containing...
Yeah, that's strange. I never see anyone walk around with that before. Not yet.
Little pieces of the Torah. And also you'll find the hexagon shape is in the Star of David. Yes, this six-pointed star also contains the six-sided shape of the hexagon. Now, what's really interesting about the Star of David is it has no link to King David whatsoever, really. Like, okay, some esoteric scholars might tell you otherwise, but in general, this is a Kabbalic symbol. And originally, this was called the Seal of Solomon.
But see, that's weird
Now,
that
the
he said
original
that,
seal is-
right? Because he said that this has no link to Judaism, and then he right after that said this is a Kabbalic symbol, because most people would link the Kabbalah to Judaism, right?
Yeah, I
But
would have thought.
I guess what he's saying, right, and this is something that I've heard, recently, lots of people express, right? Like for example, our friend Twilight Son of Lilith will say this, right?
Yes.
All the time. He'll say the Kabbalah is older than Judaism, right? They're reappropriating lots of practices for the Kabbalah. And that actually seems true enough, right? Because by the time they start formulating the Kabbalah, right, or the Jews are talking about it, right, it seems like it's like all the way in the 1100s to the 1500s. Whereas there's lots of like...
Spain, the Jews.
Yeah. But there was lots of like sort of mystery schools before that. Right.
Yeah,
so
a lot.
They did. Yeah. So they indeed did reappropriate some of the practices of these mystery schools for their Kabbalistic practices. Right. So that could be what the guy's saying in the video. Right. But it sounded weird when he said it, because he's like, there's nothing Jewish about the star. And then he's like, but it's from the Kabbalah. Right. So
it seems as a contradiction if we don't know the context is what he's saying.
Esoteric scholars might tell you otherwise. But in general, this is about the Star of David is it has no link to King David whatsoever, really. Like, okay, some esoteric scholars might tell you otherwise, but in general, this is a Kabbalic symbol.
And that looked like Chicago Bulls.
It does. Exactly like that. And then, holy shit, occult gang bagging going on with the teams.
Yeah,
for real though. Oh, look at the other one. It's a Sith. Do you see in the middle?
Yeah.
At the Green Reaper is Sith. Yeah.
But in general,
they used to have names of teams like that, like the Reapers and stuff, but they don't want to be too blatant, huh? I wouldn't doubt it. Like now they'll bring it back, because it seems like everything's everything's unleashed now, huh? There's no shame about how like the occult is being manifested in the mainstream.
Yeah, like
this is a Kabbalah.
it's weird how uncanny it is, right? It looks exactly like the Chicago Bulls symbol.
It does. Yeah. It does exactly like it. Yeah. Like it, Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, it's literally a dead ringer. Which is interesting.
Where am I? Oh shit! You like this one, Machine?
Yeah, and I think that bull has earrings, like Dennis Rodman or something.
Yeah.
Or it's
Did
got a
you
nose
know
ring or something.
And
Oh no, it
Chicago
doesn't.
Bulls logo upside down. It looks like a robot DJing. Did you know that if you turn the Chicago Bulls logo upside down, it looks like a robot?
He said robot DJing, but I thought a dajin, like a gin.
Or it looks like a dude in front of two butt cheeks. So it kind of looks like sexual.
Yeah. Oh, like he's bending him over. it's spreading him. Holy shit. Damn.
Two butt cheeks.
Right. Yeah, like he's wearing like a robe, like an occult robe, right?
Right. It's like
it's some weird like DJ Marshmallow mask. Look at that. Oh, I wish I didn't see that.
That's all I saw. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I see it now with the
Yeah, it
Ricky
looks like
Reddington.
it looks like
sad trombone.
A person that looks like a dick coming out of two butt cheeks. Like,
He's being bored. He's being birthed.
Right.
Or he's shoving himself in there. Maybe he can hold on to the horns. Now you're gonna see that every time you see the Bulls now.
Right.
Symbol. And originally this was called the Seal of Solomon. Now, the original Seal of Solomon looked different to this, but in medieval times, this became the Seal of Solomon. And it's all a bit strange that you would use the Star of David or the Seal of Solomon as your symbol, because Solomon began worshipping Saturn or entities that were represented by Saturn. Like,
is he considered like a OG in the Bible, Solomon? Like they kind of like prop him up a bit, but he was into occult magic and stuff, right?
I don't know. That's what the occult says. So that's convenient. It's convenient for them to say that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like, right. You know, it's like, yeah, but and they also say the Bible's false. So, right. So they're interpreting that, right? And of course they're interpreting it through extra biblical sources, right? There's nothing in the Bible to suggest such a thing, right? So yeah. So
okay.
Baal. So that's a bit weird. But anyway,
this guy straight up said he worshipped Baal, Solomon.
Now we have to talk about the Jewish.
I mean, that he could be part of the occult, because that is what the occult says, right? So
exactly, I think he is. Good point. His motivation. Because
obviously a traditional Jew or a Christian would not claim that Solomon worship Baal, right? So
yeah, this channel came up, Machine, when I started to watch Hidden America a lot. And it's called Simulated Leviathan. That sounds very occult, right?
Yeah. I keep getting I keep getting recommended Yahweh Ben Yahweh too. So it's like,
wait. Oh yeah, he's still there. I was like, what do you mean? You're like, oh god, it's really synchronistic. Oh, you saw it.
Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Yeah.
Let's see real quick what he has to say.
My computer. Yeah.
This is great.
Good morning. Welcome again to Newswatch. I'm Michael Putnam.
That's technically who my son's named after, and I'm not even a Hebrew Israelite. It just happens to be my really good friend Ben Real. He got his name from. He was a follower of Yahweh Ben Yahweh.
So, Yahwehs, are they a dangerous, racist cult or a genuine religion deserving of every constitutional protection? Our community has been asking that question in recent months. This morning, we're going to ask the group's founder and leader, Moses Israel, Yahweh Ben Yahweh. He was born 52 years ago in Enid, Oklahoma, and raised in the fundamentalist Pentecostal church. Under the name Hulan Mitchell, he holds a master's degree in economics from Atlanta University.
That's good.
Also joining us for this morning, this discussion, is Dr. Marvin Dunn, a well-known psychologist, school administrator, and civic activist. And also with us is my friend and colleague here at News 4, Ed Odell, who has covered many stories involving the Yahwehs. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for coming. Yahweh ben Yahweh, you have been asked numerous times in recent years to...
Yeah, why are they telling us about, like, why is Yahweh ben Yahweh been coming up on our feeds, you think? That's weird,
I don't know. I think they want, like, people who are maybe black and brown and Mexican to sort of do the same thing. Right. Like a psyop, you know.
Right.
Like, if he did it, so can I.
Exactly. So they can say, "Oh, he was affiliated with the Hebrew Israelites."
Begin by saying we're glad you're
like
here,
Nature
but we're a
Boy
little
and all these
surprised.
guys.
Did you say Nature Boy?
Yeah, it's like all these like, wannabe cult leaders. Right?
Yeah.
Brother
Dude,
Polite.
Brother Polite, you know him all, man.
Yeah.
They're Nature Boys in jail for life, I think. Something crazy like that,
yeah. To this interview.
First, I'd like to say that this is an exciting opportunity to present our views to the public.
It's Andre 3000.
Understood. And we would like to thank Channel 4 for this opportunity to express the truth. Our attorney, Ellis Rubin, suggested to us that we become open to allow the press, the community at large, to understand exactly what we're about. It's a known fact that
exactly it's like his manager. You know, like, you know, so that's what I mean. Like, they want people to try this because this is a media circus. You know, and then when they want to get rid of him, they'll just accuse him of whatever they want, just like anybody.
Anti-Semitic.
You know? Yeah, you just make a story like this guy, like Clavicular. He probably got his 15 minutes of fame, you know, or something, and now it's time to charge him for everything he's been doing because the shit goes to your head, and then these people act out, and then they're a danger to society. So you have to put them in their place, pretty much.
And Ben, I don't think this guy ever got any really bad trouble. Like, what's his name, Dr. York, who's got interesting teachings and stuff.
Dr. York is another good example of somebody that seemed like they were propped up. They were allowed to do a bunch of stuff by the feds, and then they prosecuted on all the stuff that they were building up on them. You know, so it's like they funnel people into this community. Yeah, they funnel people into a community as a limited hangout that's basically ran by the feds and basically produced by the Jays, you know, and then like a movie or something, you know, and then they like, you know, pin the guy on something, all the people, just like Rajneesh or whatever, you know, like obvious that the feds allowed him to take over that town.
Oh yeah, Osho, huh? Yeah,
right.
Who has the same birthday, December 11th, as my brother, and Resto Chesto and Flow Stick.
Yeah, and they had the same actors. You know, like for example, the lady who joined the Jim Jones cult, who was the senator's daughter, she then went and joined the Rajneesh cult, and they did an interview on her.
Oh, come
so it's kind of like she's playing the same role in a different cult.
over again. Yeah,
yeah. It's like, you know, some of these things are kind of obvious.
Why didn't she die in the Jim Jones cult? You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like,
right. Her daddy came and got her.
Out, and that seems to be shrouded in secrecy. They fear. So to erase some of those fears, we're here to let the broader community know exactly who we are.
All right. Ignorance breeds fear, suspicion, misunderstanding. So you're here to clear up some of those misunderstandings. What, in your view, is probably some of the greatest misunderstandings? Are you a dangerous racist cult? Do you hate white people?
All right, that has been one of the general accusations. No, that's not the situation.
They don't. This is why the General Tazari, Captain Tazari Zach, whatever, he's not affiliated really with this guy. There's different sects of Hebrew Israelite. Ben Amin is the guy that went to Dimona, Israel as a community. The Captain Tazari Zach is the guy that yells at people, right? Him and his people, and stands on the.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like a scam to me, right? Because if you're a legit, Hebrew Israelite, and there are groups that believe like, okay,
Israel.
you should like now follow the Torah, but these guys are adding in the King James Bible and the New Testament to boot, and all of this other stuff, and claiming that Jesus is the Messiah and you should follow the New Testament as well, and that King James wrote the New Testament. I'm sorry, he produced the King James Bible as a black dude living in England. So if you believe all of that, you might be out to lunch.
I have a bridge I can sell you.
Yeah, because King James, I'm not sure if he was black or white. Most likely a white dude, but yeah, he definitely was like a homosexual. Like, it's like connected to Freemasonry and stuff. So by some accounts, right? So so who knows? What his actual history was, but definitely the King James Bible, its production was overseen by people like Francis Bacon. And I don't think they had
people said
humanities.
William Shakespeare's too.
Yeah, I don't think they had humanity's best interest at heart. I don't think if you read Francis Bacon's writings, that he understands the goal and purpose of, like politics or science.
Just from a Muslim's perspective, or just a righteous person. Look at his last name, machine. Bacon.
Yeah.
Bacon. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
That's another thing. I think it's really weird. All these people, like over the last 10 years, like, oh, I love bacon. I can't get enough. I need to.
Yeah, this is a guy that 300 years before, somebody like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel thought that we should hand over the government to the scientists and have them run society. So
wow, that's like Julian Huxley.
Terrible ideas. Yeah, these are like the worst ideas in history.
Terrible.
Yeah,
they're Fauci maxing.
Yeah.
What we are in opposition to is oppression and immorality. I teach and have taught from the beginning that Satan, the devil, Lucifer was black.
Okay.
As a result, that part of my teaching is not printed or published or talked about. I teach that the devil is in all colors, black, brown, red, yellow, and white. And since we are brought to America as slaves in this country, and since we have been oppressed by white people in this country, it is those that are white that are oppressing us that are immoral. That's the issue. My teachings basically include morality versus immorality, as opposed to racial hatred. If you are familiar with this area, you will notice that the only real problems we've ever had in this community are from people who came among us who were black, whose skin color is black. And they're the ones who have gone out into the public and spread false rumors and false teachings about us.
All right, let me broaden this discussion now and bring in my friend and colleague Ed Odell. Ed?
Yet, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, your early pamphlets, the early things that you passed around Liberty City, where I happen to live, spoke only to the white devil, that person of that color who seemed to be doing wrong against black people. I know that you have spoken against some black people as they have abused the black race, but those early pamphlets, those early etchings that we saw on the walls out in Liberty City spoke of the white devil. Don't you think that's where that misconception, as you call it, came from?
That's entirely possible, because the issue of black and white and the skin color game is not something that I invented or created. It's something that exists in this country, and I've had to address it. For example, there's an issue here that I think most of the people may be aware of. Here is an image that is a false image. And of course, my coming to America to reach and resurrect my people is to dispel this notion of a false.
See, that's
what do you think about that?
I think he's trying to. I think he's seeing that people in America are like, gravitate. I guess especially black people.
Yeah.
Right, that they could gravitate towards Christianity. Right, and it seems to be a benign influence, right, on the blacks. Right, the influence of Christianity. I don't see it being like a really bad thing. right? It seems to be something that's kept them superior to white people in some instances, right? Where you see sort of black people are more religious,
Yes.
And that makes a lot of difference. Sometimes when you're dealing with a white person or a black person, you could easily choose the black person because they're more pious or religious, bent, and and so on and so forth. So there is that aspect to things. So so it's just interesting. Out of all of the things he could have chose,
he chose the Jesus thing.
Right, because there's obviously images of white people being powerful, and obviously in every culture you could see something about white people being part of the dominator, or something like that. So it's interesting that he chose this particular instance, to doubly attack religious black people, who by and large would be Christian, and white American Christians, right? So it's just interesting.
Yeah, it seemed a similar playbook as Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Noble Joe Ali.
Right. They're banking on the fact that Christianity is illogical to, sort of hoist their attack, but what they're supplanting it with is basically just as illogical. And right on.
Yes, it's New Ageism is like recycled Christianity in a lot of ways. But to me, what makes it like Yahweh and Yahweh, even Dr. York's teachings, is the fact that it's like a hodgepodge. If you think a lot of the stuff, and I think I like that type of stuff. However, there's a tendency to get like lost in the sauce, as we say, right? And then skim things instead of going deep into them.
Yeah, because by and large, the sources that they're using that are derived from a hodgepodge of occult ideas and philosophies, right? All sorts of arcane philosophies and, conspiracy writings and so on and so forth. It seems like if you just study the Bible, right? Because, any black or white Christian would just have access to the Bible. And if you study that and you gain interpretations of that, you can go into the rabbit hole and you can find out just as much about history and occult philosophy from the Bible.
Just the Bible, so, you're right. You're right.
So the thing is that they don't have better or worse sources either way, than the average just Christian, right? So I don't know, how far they're getting, with their.
The only difference is they're not. I won't say worshiping, because he probably one of these guys that says like, I don't want to be worshipped, but everyone worships him. Kind of, in the thing,
or it could be a gateway to the actual occult, where you're like actually sacrificing babies and doing stuff with kids and all that, because that does exist, right? So
but like I told you, the guy that I named Ben after, my friend Ben Real, who lived in Dimona, he lived the guy's community in Dimona, Israel. He told me that before he moved out there, because he's from Midwest, he's from Indianapolis, and he said that he had to go to Pasadena to rabbi school, in order to become like a resident of Israel,
right,
and then live in there. And so literally his teacher was a rabbi, a Jewish rabbi, and then he went to that community. Chatabuda says, "Is that Joe Cool's dad? Time to debate." Could be. Time to debate. Joe Cool loves to debate.
Image of the Son of God. It's quite apparent that my color.
The false image is the color. Is that what you're referring to?
Exactly. By this color being promoted as the Son of God and being a false image, then this causes my people to have the notion that white people are supreme, they're superior, they're God, and they have a tendency to worship them as God. And I'm here to dispel that notion.
Yet hasn't the call against that color, against the white color, hasn't that been the call that has brought most of your people, especially in the early days, into the Yahweh faith?
It was necessary. When you come to a mentally and spiritually dead people who have been robbed of the knowledge of their God, history, culture, language, name, land, it requires a great deal of dexterity to reach into the grave of such a people and resurrect them and lift them up. No,
but half the time when I would talk to Ben Real, a lot of times he would tell me all the problems they have in that community, even though they left America to escape all the things Ben Hameen is talking about. They have their own community in Demona, and it was cool. And, they were vegans and whatnot. The same problems of degeneracy and craziness would pop up in that community, which makes me think, is this like a human nature thing?
Well, that, and they're surrounded by a secular society. Israel is not a religious civilization that's in line with Judaism, right? They're not Torah observant Jews. They're established by secular Jews, right? Who are basically communists.
Right?
They're sympathetic to communism, right? People
they're
like David Ben-Gurion.
Man, like what's his name? BB Benjamin. No, he's not like a fucking pious man, probably. Huh?
Right. He was friends with Harvey Weinstein, right? So
yeah. Who was the man you mentioned, Machine, a second ago?
The first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, right? He's basically a communist, right? So, secular atheist, right?
Oh wow! Yeah, it's like a country based on a religion, allegedly. Come on, man.
One has ever been able to do this, but me. I'm the only one.
You are speaking, if I may say so, as if you are the Messiah. Do you believe that you are the Son of God?
I am, in fact, Yahweh ben Yahweh in Hebrew. That means God, the Son of God in the flesh. I am the Messiah that the whole world is looking for.
When did you discover that you are a divine creature then?
I've always known that I'm a divine creature. I've known since the age of 3. My demonstrations from age 3 was centered around deliverance. Moses in Pharaoh in Egypt. So I've always known that I'm divine.
Dr. Marvin Dunn, I know many things have been said here that you are just bursting to ask some questions about. Let me turn to you.
Psychologist.
Yeah, first of all, I want to pick up on Ed's point. When the Yahwehs were first brought to my attention some years ago, the thing that I found particularly offensive was what I read and interpreted rather clearly to be, frankly, anti-white hatred. And I was offended by that, and I think many people in our community were. But let me tell you what I like about the Yahwehs and as well. And I've said this on other occasions. I think that this organization has done and is doing what many social scientists, such as myself, psychologists, and others, have not been able to do in many, many years of trying. And that is to turn the lives of at least some people who may have come to them destitute, down and out, having given up on life, and having given them a purpose for living. That's a very, very major accomplishment, and credit ought to be given where credit is due. What the organization has done that I find offensive is to imbue in people a sense of I think, hatred and disrespect for others. And particularly in Miami, I think that's a problem. The other point that I would make in response to Yahweh ben Yahweh's comment is that I don't think that blacks in America we have our problems, but I'm not sure that we were in the spiritual grave requiring uplifting by someone, although this is a fairly common kind of a theme that you hear from cult leaders. And that's not an offense to Yahweh ben Yahweh or his group. Christianity started out as a cult with people being prosecuted because they were members of it. But I don't agree that blacks were in need of the type of deliverance that Yahweh ben Yahweh believes that they have been in need of.
Let me ask you that. Dr. Dunn is saying you have helped some people recover their lives, you've given them purpose to their lives, and yet he is saying some of your writings, and in fact I would tend to agree, some of your writings seem to say they have recovered their lives at the expense of a more generous of belief in white people or some other people as a whole. What is your response to that?
Well, first, we're not a down and out group in terms of those who have come to me. You will find that they were not destitute. We have a huge number of professional people, school teachers, we have doctors, lawyers, everything that makes up for the structure of America are part of our group. I have not attracted the drug addict, the dope pusher, the alcoholic, and that constitutes my group, or prisoners from prison. On the issue of hate, it's impossible to teach anyone hate. The people that constitute the so-called Black community are already frustrated and have already exhibited their hatred for oppression via riots and other elements of intimidation in this society.
Well, I guess the question, if I may interrupt, is, but do you further their own bitterness or hatred? Now, let me read you something that you allegedly said. The Miami Herald reported that you had said, and I'm quoting, Yahweh gave our white enemies 6,000 years to rule good or bad. Their history proves them evil, wicked, liars, and murderers. This white man and his tricks must be removed. What, if not hatred, is that, if that's accurate?
All right, first of all, I have to say again that it's impossible for me to teach my followers and disciples hatred. You will find that by attracting this group with a statement like that, and then to see my results, the last 7 years of results of my people, my disciples, among the society in general, you'll find is pure peace. We get along amicably with all nations, all races, including white people. Our business in general is with white people. And I'm sure all of the accolades from those that do business with us would tell you that we're a wonderful group of people.
Yeah, Brother Boy said that's not hatred. No, seems like it's not. If he's saying it's true, right? We take for what he's saying is true.
We're not as that statement might appear. The reality of the statement is that we are an oppressed people. We have to face that reality.
You mean we as Black people?
We as so-called Black people in America have a history of slavery. And let me give it to you this way. When America teaches 1776 and fighting the war to free themselves from England, and this is taught in the public schools, it's not called hatred, it's called history. When in the public schools we learn about the Alamo, remember the Alamo, and there are movies coming up this week about that. It's not declared hatred, it's called history. You come right on through the wars, World War I, World War II, the Korean War. All of these things, they show these movies of death and destruction. They say, remember Pearl Harbor. Never once is declared hatred. And the last point on this is when the Jews speak of the Holocaust, and we're reminded of it every year, no one says that that's hatred. It's saying remember so that it can never happen again. And I declare that I have the same right under the Constitution in teaching the history of our people as all other groups teach theirs.
And I don't think anyone would deny you that right. And this country has had a long and shameful history of slavery. And if you were simply reminding your followers of some dates in which Black people were brought here in ships and were enslaved, I don't think anyone denies you that right. I think that the real question is, are you perpetuating racial hatred with your teachings?
I think my disciples illustrate whether I am or not, and their lives and demonstrations within the community prove that that is not so.
Yes. Yahweh Ben Yahweh, I have to differ with you, and I agree with Dr. Dunn that the community of Yahweh has proven that when Black people get together, they can do something for the betterment, or get themselves together, uplift them.
Did you hear about what happened 4 days ago in the UN? About how a few countries, there was a vote put up by Ghana, a resolution to acknowledge the fact that slavery in America was the worst crime ever, or whatever, and like everyone agreed except 3 countries. I don't know if you heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. I didn't hear that.
Well, there you go.
March 25th, 2026, New York City. The United Nations General Assembly Hall, 193 nations in the room, and on the floor, a resolution. A piece of paper that carried the weight of 400 years of stolen lives, stolen names, stolen futures. The resolution asked for one thing that should have required no debate. It asked the world to look at what was done to African people. The abduction of 12.5 million men, women, and children, the killing of 2.4 million in transit alone, 400 years of systematic terror, and call it what it was. The gravest crime against humanity. That was all. Call it what it was. Not a dark chapter, not a historical event, not a tragedy, a crime. The gravest crime in human history. That is what 54 African nations, the entire African continent standing as one, brought to the world stage. And then the votes were cast. 123 nations raised their hands and said yes. 52 nations, including Britain, France, Germany, the entire European Union, Japan, Australia, looked away and abstained.
I didn't know that part. They don't want to piss off the United States, huh?
Yeah, all the white countries.
Yeah, and Japan included, right? That's interesting. All the African countries, yeah.
Did not say yes.
Said yeah.
Did not say no. Looked away. And then there were three. 3 countries walked to the microphone and said no.
The following states have thus been appointed as members of the board of the 10-year framework of programs on sustainable consumption and production patterns for a term beginning on 25 March 2026 and ending on 24 March 2028. Barbados, Finland, Germany, Hungary, India, Mexico, the Russian Federation, and the Republic of South Africa. I thank the tellers for their assistance. Members are reminded that the following vacancies remain to be filled for a term beginning on the date of the appointment and expiring on 24 March 2028. 1 member from among the African states and 1 member from the Asia Pacific states. The Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of sub-item 1 of agenda item.
In a vote of 193 nations, 193 countries that represent every corner of the human family, only 3 walked to the microphone and said no. We are going to name them. We are going to say what they said, and we are going to show you what their history says about why they said it.
Yeah, I can't hear you if you're talking. Yeah, I'm getting nothing in terms of audio from you. Gabriel. Yeah, Australia, it said too. US, Sweden, Britain. It said the whole European Union. So, yeah, I can hear you now.
I was going to say, do you have any guesses to what 3 countries said no?
No.
Okay. Oh, well, Brad Boy said US, Sweden, Britain. Okay, good choices, good choices.
The United States of America, the country where enslaved Africans built the White House, the Capitol building, and the cotton economy that financed the Industrial Revolution. The country where, in 1865, the Emancipation Proclamation freed enslaved people and gave them nothing, no land, no reparations, no restitution. 40 acres and a mule was promised and then taken back. The country where, in 1921, the wealthiest black community in America, Tulsa's Greenwood District, Black Wall Street, was bombed from the air and burned to the ground by a white mob and the state National Guard. And no reparations have ever been paid. The country where, in 2026, that same country's deputy ambassador stood before the...
What's up, Nero Jack? How's it going, man? What up, man?
Hey, man. Everything's good. I just saw you named this what that video you sent me was, so I just jumped in without really seeing much what's going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we started talking about loneliness is the loneliness, and how it relates to solitude. Could be a good thing, right? And how putting yourself out there, can expose you to different things. And Machine got to talking about the Borg, using the metaphor from Star Trek, the hive mind, for example. I think that's what he was getting at. And then we started watching this video about Saturn cube worship and whatnot, and the symbolism throughout the world, right? And then we got on. We started watching. I forgot what video it was, but then Ben Amin video was up there, like he's Hebrew Israelites. And Machine's like, wait a minute, I get that one up on his algorithm a lot. So that's now we're watching this video. We're watching a video about Ben Amin interview, right? And then now they're talking about slavery, and now we're talking about what happened. That vote, I'm sure you're aware of, that happened like 6 days ago in the UN about acknowledging slavery as an atrocity. You remember that?
I didn't see that actually.
Yeah, so we're watching like all the 154 countries voted yes, and there was like that it was an atrocity, and then mostly all the African countries, and then many countries said no. I mean, they said neither. They didn't want to abstain from voting, and then only 3 countries flat out said no. And I guess they were talking about who said no. The United States is one of them. Yeah. Any ideas why the United States would say no?
I mean, I know why I wouldn't do it, but I don't know why the United States wouldn't do it.
It might be for the same reasons. Why would you not do it? Acknowledge it if you're.
Because I think slavery has always existed and always will exist.
Okay.
So I mean, I think it's dishonest to. I mean, obviously there's a certain type of slavery, but it's like, I mean, for me, I'm just not a big fan of like posturing. You know, like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I think they're like, okay, like we're gonna like sign a resolution and say, oh, slavery was really bad. It's like I'm pretty sure everybody agrees with that point. It's like, okay, now 100 and almost 200 years later, we're gonna like sign a piece of paper and say, like this specific form of slavery was really bad. So, I mean, I don't know. That just seems a little odd to me.
Yeah, I guess maybe in this climate of all the divisiveness in America, for example.
Yeah, that's what
they came up with the resolution in the first place, right?
That's kind of what I'm saying. Is like it just seems like it's just fanning flames that are already like inflamed. It's like after 200 years almost, like we still haven't resolved anything, and it's only getting worse. Like obviously we're not doing something right. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I think everything's okay. It just seems like weird. Like these people are like we're just pushing for like animosity for some reason.
Yeah, I mean either way, whether they do have the resolution or not, like it's still we're living in the current times. However, I don't think it's wrong to acknowledge it. Yeah, and I think everything is posturing in politics at this point. So
yeah, I mean,
for the courts.
I don't think it's wrong. I'm just saying, like, I just think it's like it just seems disingenuous that like all of a sudden now like we need this. I mean, that's like me saying like, okay, I need the Romans to acknowledge that they oppressed the Jews and Christians 2,000 years ago. I mean, like everyone's gonna be like, what? Like, okay, like, see what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, I get it, but in another sense, it's like all these people are long gone and dead, so it's like it just seems a little odd,
For some people who live in this world, that type of that they're really focused on that issue. I guess it's important to them, so that's why they do it. Yeah. But then I know it's not important to other people too.
World and said, read that sentence again, slowly. Not illegal under international law at the time.
We reject any such suggestions. Indeed, President Trump has done more for Black Americans than any other president and enjoyed historic.
That's pretty bold. Yeah. More than any other one. Yeah. You think he did more? Let's say like Abraham Lincoln, even though he supposedly his plan was to ship blacks off to Liberia, have them go to Liberia or whatever. What do you guys think about that? What he just said. Hello?
Yeah, I think it's a good troll. That's all I think of it. Sorry, guys. That's all I think of it.
Yeah. So you think it's a troll? A good one at that. What were you gonna say, Machine?
Yeah, it could be interesting look at like either like Lincoln or Martin Luther King. I know those are the two that people come up with usually, but it seemed like they made a lot of mistakes too.
Oh yeah,
like since their ideas were the ones that people went with a lot. It seemed like introducing black people into the system the way they did, right? Like for example, with the factories, right? Like Lincoln sort of spurred on the Industrial Revolution, right? And then it seemed like black people weren't really much better moving into the inner city, right? That resulted, you know, in the creation of like sort of like the really poor, like over here we live in Detroit.
Ghettos.
Yeah, exactly, right? The creations of the ghettos and the inner cities, right? And so some of the stuff that Lincoln and Martin Luther King did sort of led to that, right? Because their idea was that we'll bring this politically disenfranchised group into the society as a whole, right? But the result was kind of like, obviously they kind of like continue to like be preyed on by the system itself, right? So
Yes, and it's interesting you mentioned Martin Luther King, who wasn't necessarily a president, but he had influence like one, it seemed like. But yeah, his integration policies, desegregation was at the same time Elijah Muhammad was doing his thing, which is like he wanted to be separated. Speaking about left alone, he wanted to be somewhat left alone. You know, this is where they had their own businesses and whatnot in the Nation of Islam. And what happened was, like, during the segregation, a lot of people were forced to have their own businesses and whatnot. But then, like, when King, you know, opened it up with his civil rights and the integration, a lot of black business owners that just let it go, let that shit go, and they started working for the others, right? Shadow Buddha has a comment. He says, Neurojack, but we're not in Rome or Europe. We're in America, and slavery over the last 250 years in this country has impacted the collective memory of many Black Americans even to this day. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say about like how it is important to some people. You know, someone like me, I can kind of zoom out and look beyond that, move beyond that. However, there is a lot of people I know that can't. And we can say like that's their issue or whatever, but to them it would have been nice probably if their country could acknowledge the atrocity of slavery. That was here.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see the comment by Shadow Buddha, but I'll just say briefly, like, oh wait, let me read it. We're not enrolling Europe, slavery, 250. I mean, of course it's going to affect the collective memory if you're constantly reminded and like told that that's all you ever have been and all you ever will be, right? And I think it's funny, it's like the same type of person that enslaved people for hundreds of years are the same people now inflicting this like consistent victimhood on people, including on white people, by the way. I'm not saying it's exclusive to these type of people. I'm saying it's like this kind of mentality that's kind of inflicted on people, and yes. I just think it's not good for people. I think
do
things that way, you know.
I think victimhood is not good. If anything, if you're like new, if it's like very like if you literally get hit by a car, you're a victim by someone that tried to hit you on purpose, auto side or whatever. So yeah, let's help the guy out. He's a victim of some, you know, let's try to get some retribution. But you're saying like, you know, this is 250 years. I mean, this happened. I mean, this ended many years ago. But with that said, I think that like, I wouldn't want people to be a victim. However, I think it should be acknowledged all these things. That's why I think it's weird, like how some folks and they fight for getting rid of the teachings about slavery and stuff. Because it's like that's history. That's part of the history, man. You always hear the trope: if you don't know history, you could repeat that. And as someone who grew up, was kind of frustrating to see the only Black history was about the Civil War and slavery. That's annoying, but I'm glad I know it though. And as I got older, I went to go research myself. You know, I
totally agree with you for sure. Like we did learn about some of the stuff that happened before the Civil War and after the Civil War, but pretty much it's like you skip. It's like sometime or another slaves came over, then sometime or another they were freed, and then sometime or another, you know, Martin Luther King showed up, and they totally skip over all the things in between. So yeah, I think that's also like very bad.
Yeah.
And but I took a little bit more advanced classes and learned a little bit more. And I mean, I'm much more of a fan of Malcolm X. I think Malcolm X had a lot better view of things. I think Muhammad Ali had a much better view of things in a lot of ways than MLK personally. Although I think MLK did get some things right. I think the Civil Rights Act itself was a complete disaster and totally screwed over everybody. And that's a very sophisticated thing to get into, but that's one of the things I think
make
that
it simple though.
yeah.
Make it simple though, if you can, or at least a real quick once over of it. Like, how do you think it was horrible? You didn't just say it was bad. You said it was.
Well, I think it tries to do like thought crime. It's like, okay, you're not allowed to discriminate. But here's the thing: is like people do discriminate all the time. There's all types of discrimination, and it goes on all the time. But it's kind of like this: like, okay, it's like regulatory capture, right? Like, if you really want to discriminate on people, the best thing you can do is pass a law outlawing discrimination, and then you get to dictate the rules of like how you can discriminate legally. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? So. Like, to be honest with you, I'm one of the wokest people you've ever met. The problem is I don't think it benefits me to like use it. So I don't really get into that stuff because it'll just look like oppression Olympics all the time. But like there is a good argument for like systemic racism and stuff. I just think that it's like one of these things, like it gets into a very circular thing that people don't want to acknowledge like how bad that can get very quickly, if that makes any sense. But there is a good argument for it.
I don't think that's a victimhood, because look at literally the Civil Rights Act. It helped end legal segregation, and it banned employment discrimination. Right, integrated the public schools because like a lot of the blacks had the horrible schools. They had to. I'm sure there's white kids too in Virginia as well that had horrible for example, schools too. But protected people that can vote, right? We're talking about Trump, how he was him and his father got sued, right? Because of that Civil Rights Act for discriminating on getting people housing and stuff like that. I think I know, yes, everyone discriminates all the time. You're correct, right? But this blatant discrimination based on someone's color alone definitely had to be addressed and shit. So that's why I think the Civil Rights Act was pretty good. Was actually very good.
I think the idea is good. I just think that like there's no way getting around that it was used to just like hide discrimination and make it a lot more sophisticated. And look, here's the thing: is like I understand that people want to screw over Whitey, and I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like I understand that like it feels good to screw over Whitey and say, oh look, some white people did some bad things, so therefore let's screw everybody over. Like I understand that mentality. I'm not against it totally. I'm not saying you. I'm saying like I understand that mentality. But
I understand it, but it's dumb though. That's like ignorant. Just like if a white person be like, yeah,
but that's kind of where it. But that's kind of where it's ended up now, like 70 years later. Like it's kind of just went full circle, or 60 years later, or whatever. Like it's just kind of come full circle to where it's like, okay, like now what's everybody want? Like, let's just take it to like the, end point of like, well, now if you want to be a cat person, you get a litter box in the school, and or if not, you're discriminated against. Or
These
know what I'm saying? Like
outlining situations though, like very.
50% of all women don't have kids under 30. So like, I don't think that. I think we're in an emergency right now, personally.
Okay, yeah, but to stick on the point what you said about like there's people, the way you say you think there's quite a bit of people happy that when Whitey gets screwed over. I think if there is like that, that's a shame because those people are stupid, and I think the majority of people that you probably would like to have conversations with and they don't think like that. That's like
I know. I agree, but this is the.
I don't think everyone's like that, man. At least the people that matter.
Oh no, I know
that matter doesn't matter.
I know that most people aren't like this. Again, I've been around people of color almost half my life, predominantly, and I've never really met people like this. But what I'm saying is that this is the message. That's
perfect right there. That's perfect what you just said. I never really met people like that. I think that's something to remember.
But the point is that this is the culture in which people are being like, bullied into, essentially. Like if you look at all the social media, like if you're not on Instagram, everybody should have an Instagram and go look at the propaganda on Instagram. It is literally like the most vicious racial politics. I mean, it literally makes Goebbels look like a schoolboy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even joking with you. Like, it's some of the most vicious, terrible stuff I've ever seen in my life, and it's daily, and it's very well funded. I'm just saying, like, you know, maybe I'm biased because I consume this stuff all the time, but like, there's a ridiculous amount of, you know, racial identitarian, you know, you are your race, you are your class, you are your, you know, specific, you know, racial mix of people. I mean, it's
Yeah, there
literally
is
the
a lot of that
opposite and
stuff on
inversion
both
of
sides.
MLK, you know.
Both sides,
I mean,
there's that. Yeah.
on both sides, but that's the thing is like there's
Yeah,
only
man.
two sides. It's like people of color versus whitey. Like that's the two sides that they're for. I mean, I'm not
Hey,
saying
but
this is
like
a real thing, but this is like what they're promoting, you know.
destroy each other, and the people that aren't on that tip, which I think, I know I'm not. Like, there's we can just be like, okay, whatever, because like that's dumb, bro. Like this point in time, if people are so locked into their dualism, like, and they can't really like see what it is, man, they're kind of lost, bro. And I'm just glad that my family's not trying
Yeah,
to
I
do
hope
that.
that doesn't
I hope
come.
they're
I hope
not.
that doesn't come to where you guys are, because like what I see happening over here is like it's really hard to describe if you haven't seen it for yourself, but it
I
is
mean,
it is the inversion of MLK's "I Have a Dream" speech. Pretty much, it's like it's pretty crazy, you
I
know.
mean, I have a lot of black friends in America, and they and white friends too. Like, but the black folks, they're not really. When we build and talk about stuff, they're not really talking about that. I think, I think sometimes the stuff that we do look online, it can push a narrative that like that takes things that are definitely there and puts it on steroids. It's very similar to how a lot of people in America, they think it's all crazy here in Taiwan, like there's a war going on, when in fact it's normal. It's just we're doing our thing, bro. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to disrupt. I mean, I just
No,
want to bring
it's a good
some balance to the
conversation.
idea, because I think it's really weird, because again, like all this stuff really looks like, yeah, it does got those dark algos, but like this kind of stuff, like I've met people who've been on the lower level of like United Nations meetings and stuff like this, like not these like big giant ones like this, but like these more regional ones, like in Asia, for example. And it's basically like the most ridiculous, you know, propaganda. You know, it's like brainwashing camp. It's like, okay, men have done terrible things to women, so therefore, you know, we need like extreme feminism for everybody in Asia, because. And look, like there's some truth to it, like I said, but it's kind of like if you just see how like simplistic the view that they're giving to like these college, in particular, women, right? And they're just like indoctrinating them with like, you know, all men are bad. Having kids before you're 40 is like is literally slavery. I mean, this is what they're teaching young people all over the world, you know. So, I mean, I just think we have to be honest about like the level of indoctrination that's happening now versus like 100 years ago. Like whatever was going on in segregated schools. I mean, to me, I'm not saying that it's worse, but it definitely doesn't feel like it's gotten better. You know what I'm saying? So from my, I
I think
wasn't
it's
alive back then, so I
much
don't know.
worse,
But
bro. We're just talking about segregated schools. I heard stories about the schools were horrible. Like it wasn't. They're separate but not equal. And so it's I mean, like it's good that they integrated the schools. I think in general, right?
yeah, I mean, I
right here.
went to a few different schools that were different levels of integration, or not. I mean, like what it means, like it sounds like I grew up in like a segregated place. I didn't, but like I went to a school that was like half black, half white, and it was totally fine for me. But other people I know is opposite. So
I'm saying that like I only can help so many people, man. Like we're good. Like my family is good in the sense that like, of course, my son has to make his own decisions and stuff, right? But he's gonna be definitely put in a position to succeed. And then even my students, you know, I do what I can to help them know about critical thinking. Like we were talking about, somebody did a current event, like a little 8th grade girl over the weekend about global warming and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, how do you know that global warming is a real thing? And like, I mean, I didn't have to necessarily have to tell her like, no, it's fake or whatever, or this. But I wanted to get her to think not just accept the narrative of it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I still like, give credit to her art, to her share or whatnot, what the article was saying, but I wanted us to like look at the idea and whatnot. So what I'm saying is we do what we can, but like just to, there's only so much brain power, processing power, and to like trip out on all that shit. It's like, I think it's a wasted
Well,
effort.
it's like that video you sent me earlier.
Out.
It's like that video you sent me earlier too. Like it's like you have to kind of pick your battles for sure. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
I agree with you on that for sure. It's a tough choice. I mean,
it is. Yeah, it is. It's gonna be passionate too, though.
Well, I don't know. I think it's good for because like I think that you have such a positive attitude because you're not in America, and I would tell you like maybe that's a good reason to stay out of America because I think if you came back and tried to teach school here.
I don't want to be no teacher. I don't want to really be a teacher here, bro. I just do that because it's good paying, and I can help some people out. But I have other things in the workings. But and then not living in America, you'd be surprised, bro. There still seems like be a lot of good things about it, man. And sometimes you don't see it when you're in the middle of it. And just like there's true, I give it to you. Like there's stuff that I don't see too, because I'm not in the middle of it as well. But you know what I mean? I don't think it's the end of the world, man, in terms of and if it is, I always feel like there's always a way. When there's a will, there's a way. Come on, bro. All of us talking right now. There's probably been cataclysmic events that like luckily our families survived. Ice ages and maybe pole shifts even, or even weirder shit. We're here right now, so we're gonna be all right. Doesn't mean that I co-sign on the weird fuckery though. What does he say? He says there's a lot of Neurojack. There's a lot of bills that had good intentions in the beginning. Yeah, it became corrupt over time. Doesn't mean the original law. Okay, original law or bill was bad to begin with. There's fraud with unemployment, Social Security by people today. Does that mean that unemployment in society's Social Security to help people that started over 90 years ago, but FDR was bad? No. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree in general. I'm just saying that, like, the corruption is a function. It's not a bug. Like, it's not a mistake. Like, in my opinion, the corruption is not a mistake. I mean, I know that sounds conspiratorial to people, but I just don't. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the easiest way to control people is have like limited levels of corruption that you control. I mean, you want corruption. I think every system every system that we're railing against, feeds off of corruption personally. So yeah. And again, that doesn't mean that, and what I mean by that is like a lot of these social welfare systems, for example, like home ownership, right? Like, now buying a home is $500,000, right? Like it's kind of like this thing that started out really good to get everybody in on the thing. And then now like, it's kind of become this like scam operation. It doesn't mean that owning property is bad, but when everybody's just owning property to like preserve wealth and become a landlord, that's not really wealth creation. That's corruption and that's a scam. So I'm just saying like, it doesn't mean that the people individually are bad. It just means that the system itself is kind of set up in a way to like screw people over in the long run. Right. So in my opinion, now I can't prove that, but I think there's like a strong case to be made. Right. So I understand what he's saying, but I'm just saying like we just have to be honest about the reality of that we're in. And here's the thing: is like, look, we have to still live and pick our battles, but at the same time, like we have to be courageous and tell people the truth, because if we all just ignore it and wait until things get worse, then our kids are going to have to clean up the mess, and that's what our great grandparents and our grandparents and our parents did to us. So someone has to stop it at some point, right? So I'm just.
Well, I definitely don't ignore the things. It's just that I choose what to react to. I definitely like enjoy doing what you're doing, like pointing things out, whatnot. But I guess I see both sides a lot now.
Done more for Black Americans than any other president, and enjoyed historic support from the Black community in the 2024 election. He is working tirelessly to deliver for them and make our country greater than ever. For these reasons, the United States will vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
They are telling you that because the law did not yet exist to call it a crime. It was not a crime. They are telling you that the law is more real than the body. The law is more real than the child dragged from her mother. The law is more real than the 2.4 million who died in the crossing. They are telling you that legality is more important than humanity. The state of Israel, a nation whose entire founding moral argument rests on the world's obligation to recognize and remedy historical atrocities.
You think that's true right there? That's victimhood too, huh? It says Israel.
A nation that has successfully pursued and received reparations from Germany for the Holocaust. Reparations that continue to this day. A nation whose very right to exist is grounded in the principle that crimes against a people, even crimes committed decades or centuries before, create obligations that do not expire. That nation looked at 12.5 million Africans, at 400 years, at the systematic destruction of an entire civilization, and voted no. No explanation for Israel's vote has been reported beyond its alignment with the United States position. No Israeli...
Why do you think they said that? No. They want to be the only victim? Or what? Or with the U.S.? They want to be linked up with the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting because, if you go back in history, right, definitely the Bible isn't really that much about oppression, right? It's kind of like about conquest, right?
Yeah,
It's about,
I totally agree with you on that, by the way.
So it's kind of
totally agree with you. Yeah,
it's weird. So it seems fabricated.
I did a whole research about that last night, and it's funny because NPC messaged me this video, and then I was researching this kind of weird, like, Kabbalistic view of shit. And then you say that, and it kind of all lines up. Like, yeah, the Bible is a total conquest over European people by like certain ideals, I would say, right? So I don't know. It's a complicated thing, but yeah, I don't think the Bible's about like being a victim or oppressed at all, personally. Yeah, in my opinion. So, I mean, I think Jesus had a story arc about that, but I still think it's about conquering at the end of the day, personally. So.
Yeah.
The ambassador made a formal statement on the record. Silence. After voting, no. The Republic of Argentina.
Oh shit! But you guys didn't believe that one, right? Where did that come from? Argentina. Browns boy. You thought that'd be Sweden? Yeah. No, Argentina. Does that surprise you guys? Argentina.
That's where Hitler is at, apparently.
Right.
Oh yeah, allegedly.
That's also where a lot of like I think that's where like like our friend Hyperborean, right? I think sort of Nimrod de Rosario might have been from Argentina, or maybe I'm wrong about that, but
I know a lot of Italian people live there too as well.
Yeah, there's some influence of sort of Hitlerism in that. In those,
yeah, weren't they thinking about putting Israel over there or something before too, or something? Really? Like, and it was one of the possible sites. I don't know if it was Argentina, but somewhere like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yo, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, they proposed Argentina and Uganda, and also I believe Ukraine, right?
Do you think that like in South America that would have been less strife, Israel, than where it is now? Or sooner or later, people would have got mad at them.
That's kind of like why they proposed a different place.
I'll tell you this. The Chileans and the Portuguese, they may not like the J people very much, from my experience. I don't know how universal it is, but the ones that I've met, like, they're very suspicious of those people. From the ones that I've met. So I don't know if that's like totally true or not, but Chile had a fascist dictator for like quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
I think his name was Pinochet. Yeah.
That means pussy, I think. It's like Pinochet. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. You're right. Pinochet.
World War II became one of the most famous destinations for Nazi war criminals fleeing justice. Adolf Eichmann, Josef Mengele, and hundreds of others were sheltered there. a country whose president,
Look at this guy. That's like he's a beauty.
Javier Milei, has aligned Argentina firmly with Donald Trump's politics.
Yeah, he looks nasty.
And openly mocked international
Yeah,
institutions.
he's converted to Chabad Lubavitch Judaism, as far as I'm aware. I'm not 100% sure, but I think
Really?
so. As far as I know, yeah.
Where, as of the 2022 census, less than 0.4% of the population identifies as Afro-Argentine, the direct result of a century of systematic erasure of Black Argentine identity. That country voted no. Now, before we go further, we cannot let the 3 no votes distract us from the 52 who abstain. Because abstaining is also a choice. All 27 European Union member states abstain. Britain abstained. Japan abstained. Australia abstained. These are the countries that enslaved African people, that colonized the continent, that transported humans across oceans in chains, that extracted centuries of unpaid labor. And when asked to say the words, just the words, they abstained. The European Union's official explanation, delivered by Cyprus's deputy ambassador, said the EU could not support the resolution because of legal concerns about retroactive application of international law and the use of superlatives that imply a hierarchy.
Pause right there. So, like, this is one of the other reasons I could give to not do it, because what a lot of people don't realize, and this is not really saying much, but I think that it can't be overstated how important this is. Like, all this is leading towards like a global legal system, and so a lot of what you're seeing is really a very slow implementation of international law in a way where everybody's playing this game of like cat and mouse, but everybody knows that they're all going to be basically held accountable to it relatively equally. It may not be happening now, but that's part of what I think what you're seeing is like the litigation of international law. So I think this is the primary reason why it wasn't done, in my opinion. So,
well, it seems like, yeah, if that's the case, though, it seems like President Trump doesn't really care about international law. What he did in Venezuela and then what he's doing in Iran, you know?
Well, I think that it's a lot more sophisticated because it's really about money, right? Like, if the banks are going to fund it, it's legal. If they're not going to fund it, it's not legal. And ultimately, there may not be like a body where people can go and sue America for like, you know, overstepping its quote unquote, you know, international guidelines. But if they were to, I'm sure that they could pull some bullshit out of their hat and say, well, I had this reason and this reason and that reason. And let's say that it goes back and people say that it's because of Israel or something like that. There's already people who said that. I'm not saying it, but so let's say that that was the case and they could prove that, well, if you litigate that America didn't have the right to do this, then you basically justify that Israel doesn't have the right to exist. Well, that calls into question pretty much the entire Middle East right to exist, because basically all these countries didn't exist until about like 100 years ago. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be it's going to be like a chain of events that's going to internationally like unweave a lot of this stuff that's been happening. And so even if you think that that's the right thing to do, and you're an international Trotskyist or something, like, a lot of people are still going to suffer if that happens. So either way, you know, it's always this balance of like, you know, how much do the principles matter over the practicality of like implementing the principles, if that makes any sense. So, and again, I'm not saying that this is right or wrong. I'm just saying like I think that's what you're seeing, why everybody's playing this kind of cat and mouse game with everything.
Very careful. Nobody wants to be sued, man. The lawyers run the world, it seems like. This is this is the video I sent you, I think, Narrow Jack, about Saturn, right? Isn't that the one I sent you?
Yeah, I sent you one by David Icke that was a good like compliment to this. So I don't expect you to play it, but I just want to let you know I sent you one.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one
called the Saturn Moon Matrix or something.
Yes.
You do David Icke. So.
That's a good one. The Saturn Moon Matrix. Yeah. With his
that's a good one. The Saturn Moon Matrix.
Go down here to Isle White and go and learn about Saturn Moon Matrix and shit.
With the Cockney accent, ghetto accent. This content's interesting. I don't know if you got to this part, Nero Jack. Ein Sofa, meaning like
Yeah,
kind of like
I
they're
watched
talking
the
about
whole thing. Yeah.
yeah, the creation of the universe is interesting. Now he didn't say like if it was Jewish or not, but I'm assuming, is that a Jewish term? Judah Machine, do you know? This well, I'll let it play to see like if this is Jewish.
Yeah, this is Jewish. Yeah, Ein
Okay.
Sof. You're talking about?
Yes.
Oh yeah. That's like the highest thing in the Kabbalah. It's like the unseeable, like it's like the dark light. That like where like
the Kalibah.
Yeah, it's like the end of the road, basically, of the Kabbalah.
Is the men? Sorry, remember that song, Nero Jack?
Yeah.
Oh, we come to the end of
It's kind of like the indescribable light that's pretty much dark, and it's like an unfathomable aspect of God's existence, right?
I
Where
see.
you can't see anything.
The basically say like it's fucking the shit.
Now we have to talk about the Jewish mystic idea of tikkun.
And that's why
or
they're talking
Ein
about it,
Sof.
because they're like, it's kind of like darkness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
that cube,
like,
right?
Yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
Now you might be wondering where I'm going with this one, but you trust me, it all comes together in the end. The idea is simple. Everything was Ein Sof. Everything was God. We were a giant God blob entity.
Okay.
But God broke up a part of
Sounds like the Borg. Or maybe what the Borg is trying to
Yeah.
recreate what they're trying
This
to
is where
recreate.
they got the idea of gravity from this too.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
like Newton is kind of like a Kabbalist, and he's kind of like saying like God drew back for to make room for existence, and that act creates like a vortex of energy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the void.
himself to create this physical universe that we are living in now. So this universe, our physical reality, is a broken up version of God, a fractured version of God. And that it is our responsibility to unify and repair, to cocoon this universe together. Because each person alive today contains the essence or divine spark of God within us, and that we must unify ourselves together into one hive mind entity almost, and repair and bring back Ein Sof, unity, infinite. Now, if you think about it, it does sound
No, Jack, it's like a picture you would use on the left for your work.
Say what now?
Looks like a picture you would use on the left for your work. Right there.
Which one? Which one? Oh,
With
yeah, the motion.
Moshe.
Yeah, let me screenshot it. Hold on. Yeah.
The other side's the Borg.
Use that, yeah. But it's what do you call it? Well, about Star Trek. Star Trek is an extremely Kabbalistic movie. I mean, TV show. Like, I watched it. I mean, not religiously because I chose to, but like, people in my family watch that show a lot. So I pretty much watch all the first generation. I mean, Next Generation and the original, off and on, and very intense. I mean, it's like a master class in Kabbalah, pretty much. It's I mean, it's I've tried to do like a deep dive into that. I think Star Trek is like very underrated as far as the occult. If you want to learn about the occult, you can't do much better than Star Trek for sure.
Star Trek, yeah. We were geeking off of Dune yesterday, but Star Trek is good too. Yeah.
very similar to the Borg, right? It sounds very similar to the Borg hive mind. And this idea comes from Lurianic Kabbalah. But Lurianic Kabbalah has its roots in older mystic traditions and other mystic traditions that arose around the same time. Gnosticism, Hermeticism, they all have this similar idea of the divine spark and unification. Usually this unification is after death. We go back to source code after death. That's kind of the concept. We unify with God once we die. Now, these mystic belief systems have been adopted or even hijacked by more modern techno-spiritual belief systems like transhumanism or even techno-Gnosticism, right? And they believe through the acceleration of technology that we could become like God in a way, living forever, immortal. But there's a big problem with this. This is where the video gets interesting, right? I'm sorry if it's been boring so far, but this is where we get into the funky ideas, okay? First of all, I want you to realize that if you connect your mind to a machine, or if you upload your consciousness to a black cube, by the way, all the super advanced computers, they are shaped like a black cube. Yeah, that's, of course they are. Of course they are. Now, if you upload your mind to a black cube, you will not be content in staying within that black cube, would you? That would get very boring very quickly. You would want to connect that black cube to other people's black cubes, or to the internet, or something like this. And then everyone will connect their minds to each other. And this will always result in their minds connecting together or morphing together into one hive mind, one way or another. So what you can say is, this idea of living forever within a machine, it always results in the hive mind. It always results in the Borg. No individuality, nothing like this. You are just one blob entity. Ein Soft, you are unity. So that's interesting in itself. But imagine this. Imagine if we achieved this. We achieved immortality within a computer, within a black cube. Life would become very boring, very fast. Life without rest and purpose becomes very boring, very fast. And like I said at the start of this video, the gods are jealous of us because we are mortal. Because our life is doomed, it makes it beautiful, right? We would become like wandering Jews. Do you know the folklore story of the wandering Jew? Okay.
Buddha says, I used to love playing Super Smash Brothers on GameCube. All those were the days, yeah.
Yeah, this is really interesting because I have not heard many people talk about the wandering Jew idea, but his tying of that ideal to all this other stuff he's talking about is extremely, I mean, it's one of the most interesting connections I've heard because I came across my research about a year and a half ago of looking into the wandering Jew story, and I think there was a book written about it very specifically like 150 years ago or something. Machine might know what I'm talking about, but I'd be curious about his idea about what this is referring to, because this is like a very, I would say this is a very interesting connection that he's making here. And again, I'm not saying this from like, it's all the Jews or something. I'm just saying like, it's a very interesting ideal that he's bringing up about, because he specifically says it's like an antichrist figure essentially, where Jesus curses this guy who was mocking him to like, and because I think it kind of ties to the myth of vampires as well. It's like, it's kind of like this weird vampirism tie-in, because like vampires, they only can feed off of people and they basically live forever unless they're killed or whatever. So I'd be kind of curious what you guys think about the specific thing, because I haven't refreshed my memory in a while on it, but.
Yeah, I believe that the Antichrist has been alive since the time of Jesus, and that basically explains a lot of the world events as well, right? Because they've sort of been in like a leadership position for a while, right? So, but also Jesus has been alive since his supposed crucifixion, right? I believe that Jesus is kept alive, and that these two figures, Jesus and Antichrist, basically influence the events of world history, being alive, right? Since the time of, the New Testament, basically.
You think they're still alive?
Oh yeah, yeah. Antichrist has been alive. I believe he's just basically going to be released at some point, right? But at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, he was basically chained up. Right, so hundreds of years after Jesus, Antichrist was chained up on an island, and he's an actual man. It's a Jewish person who is the Antichrist, right? So
he has some type of metaphysical stuff going on, huh? He's been able to be alive this long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Fascinating, man.
Sorry, but I've never heard that before. Could you enlighten me a little bit more about that? Because I've never heard this.
Yeah, I'll send you a tradition from the Muslims called the it's called Tamima Dari, right? Tamima Dari was a Christian who was traveling, and he met the Antichrist while he was chained up in a monastery, right? And he asked, I mean, as he approached the Antichrist asked him 3 questions.
Holy
and there's
shit.
a famous tradition that we have. So the Antichrist supposedly has been alive this whole time, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you know which island this is supposed to be? Is this like Patmos or Cyrus? Or...
People think it's Britain, but who knows?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I mean, that would make perfect sense as far as I'm concerned.
Remote.
Right.
You think
like
about
Britain's-
Rome ended,
Yeah.
and then Britain came out of
Yeah.
that with the okay.
Yeah, it seems to be a central thing in world events, including the establishment of Israel as a country, right? So.
Holy shit. So this is the could be the wandering Jew they're talking about, but he's chained up, according to Machine's narrative. Yeah. Do you think he can get out if he wanted to? But he's just, I'm just gonna go with the plan or whatever. Yeah.
There's a story about a Jew mocking Jesus, and then Jesus curses him with immortality until the second coming. And this Jew just wanders the world. He watches.
Wait, that's in the Bible, like during the crucifixion, that part where they're talking about this wandering Jew. So
During the Passion stories, I believe, especially in John, I believe the Jews can be seen mocking Jesus as he's being crucified, and so on and so forth. And I believe that he says, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," or something like that.
I've heard that part. That's funny. That's like a movie, like where this rando character talking shit, and then like he has a whole origin story. This wandering Jew who becomes the
Well, I think the Life of Brian by Monty Python might be somewhat based on that as well. I've only watched it once, but it was a very occult movie. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie, but it's a very, very strange.
I see that. Yeah.
It's supposed to be a comedy, but it's crazy comedy. Yeah.
Yeah. The Meaning of Life. That's the one I've seen, but a lot. But yeah, that one's crazy. I heard that one. Is they talk about the Holy Grail, right?
Well, no, I'm talking about Life of Brian, which is about Life of Brian. But yeah, the Holy Grail is also very occult as well.
Yeah. Terry Gilliam, the director of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, made a lot of those Monty Python.
Right. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So there's something definitely going on with that.
It's very.
I think Terry Gilliam also made Brazil or something like that as well. And
Yes.
Occult movie, and he made something else, but I can't remember the name of it.
Not only that, not just the cult, but Neurojack related in a sense, very heavily about cybersecurity and surveillance. Remember Robert De Niro's character? Tuttle.
Right. Well, I never finished that movie. I found it really hard to get through, but
yes.
But it reminded me a lot of Neuromancer, where I get my name from, and that is very. I think it's very related to a lot of the stuff too. I mean, personally, like I don't know if Machine thinks that like technology is the Antichrist or a part of it, but like I think there's a good argument that that's what the occult people are trying to say about it. So, from my view, but.
Yeah, I think the technological, like, sort of civilization is a hallmark of the Antichrist. Not technology itself. I think technology itself is pretty just a fact of life and so on and so forth from ancient times. But the sort of making technology the goal of society, as they sort of did in ancient Egypt, you know, that's sort of seen... or the Aztecs can be seen as another example. Right. Versus something more simple like the Mayans, could be seen like another example of that.
What about the Chitauri? I'm just kidding.
What's that from?
The Chitauri, it's like it's like this group of people that David Icke always talks about. From,
that's what we talked
like
about. Quato Mubla or whatever. He was
Credo Motwa, or whatever.
He was raped by a snake man.
Yep. I mean, honestly, like I've heard a lot of people like that guy and like a lot of Native Americans. They talk about like skinwalkers and stuff. Like I kind of take that seriously a little bit. Like
Yeah, definitely.
Personally, but
that's what actually got me started in. That's how I found Alex Jones. I was telling everybody was through that David Icke video with Cueto.
Yeah, that was such a good video. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but it's very interesting.
Good story, right? If anything.
Well, and the specifically what they talk about, like the Dagon and the Dogon and all this kind of like, Anunnaki people or whatever it is. Like, I think there's definitely something to all that for sure. Like, if you look at a lot of the mythology, it does seem very related to those people in a lot of ways, which is in Africa. So, I think there's something there, but not many people talk about that specific thing. So I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah. They're definitely a topic that if you were to have like a hashtag for conspiracy theories, Dogon would definitely be there. Why by serious?
Civilizations rise and fall, but he himself has no purpose in life. He just lives to wander. Immortality.
It's like wandering the fucking internet, surfing the apocalypse.
He sucks. Maybe I should have used a better example. I should have stuck to Greek mythology. Tithonus. Tithonus was granted immortality by Zeus, but he forgot to ask for eternal youth. So
he was an old man.
He just became like this bag of old bones just living there forever, which kind of sucks as well. And in a way, that's more relatable to this story, because if we are immortal within the cube, we may as well just be a bag of bones locked in our own minds in some way, right? It would suck. So what would you do if you were locked in a black cube forever? You would want to relive the good old days when you were mortal. You would want to relive or recreate a reality where you are able to live as a mortal person, live and die, the natural cycle of life, like Saturn teaches us. That is what we should do. Now, this is where things get weird, right? Because I want you to imagine this. Imagine that this reality, this universe that we are living in now, is a simulated reality. It's a simulation created by a previous universe that achieved the hive mind. It achieved Ein Sof. It achieved immortality within the cube, and it regrets its decision. So it has decided to simulate a new reality in order to relive mortality again. And that is the universe that we are living in right now. Okay? Now, this gets very strange because, of course, what I'm talking about now is simulation theory, right? But simulation theory is actually an evolution of Gnosticism. And within the Gnostic belief system, they believe that this is a false reality that we are living in, that was created by the false god, the demiurge. The demiurge created this reality. Now, I want you to think about the demiurge not as a false god, but as the hive mind of a previous universe that regretted its decision. Okay? Now, it gets even stranger when you realize within the Gnostic belief system, usually the demiurge is represented by Saturn, and that we are living in a material matrix or a Saturn matrix. And when you consider within more modern day esoteric thoughts of
some of that is a stretch.
Black cube usually represents
like what?
Because he's basically said that he's claimed that the simulation theory is a rehashing of Gnosticism, but it's basically just right there in Plato, right? So so you don't need to really go to Gnosticism, right? That it seems like a place where because lots of Gnostic theories are different, right? They differ from each other. Right. So so the issue with ascribing to all of them the belief in Saturn, right, that might be a problem, right? Because not all of them might conclusively have that as a stance. And then also, the other thing he said, that it's purely derivative from Gnosticism, right? Because as he mentioned earlier, Kabbalah has a similar idea. Right, of the divine spark, and then this world is kind of like an illusion, and so on and so forth. Right, of course, they drew these ideas from Neoplatonism, right? Neoplatonism and the Kabbalah. I'm sorry, not the Kabbalah, but Neoplatonism and Gnosticism. They seem to sort of arise at the same time.
Oh,
right, like in the 2nd century, right? So,
can you Can you give us an example of how Plato talked about simulation theory? What would be resonate with that?
Yeah, like the cave, like how I was explaining the cave.
Oh yeah, okay.
Right, it's kind of like like this reality is like false, it's
false. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's just that like when you hear the cave, you don't think of when I think of simulation, I'm thinking video game, right? Tron and all that, right? But when I hear the cave, I don't necessarily think that. But yes, it's the same thing. It's just more nature based, organic, I guess, looking right.
Yeah.
The metaphor, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they even took it from older ideas, like Pythagoreanism, right? So, so there's ideas from Zoroastrianism that seem to talk about that too. So, they talk about like the false reality, of Ahriman and Angra Mainyu and so on and so forth.
Yeah, there's like a speaker from the 80s behind him.
The soul trap that we are locked in, that we are locked within this physical reality, unable to escape into another realm.
Yeah, that part of it, is that like combining like I don't know, is Hinduism or something? The whole part about the it's one thing to say simulation theory, but when they overlay the soul traps, what is that about?
Well, Hinduism, there is a significant aspect in Hinduism where reality is the dream of Vishnu.
Oh yeah, Maya, huh?
Yeah, so everything that happens within that period of his dreaming, right, will basically come to a conclusion, but then it'll basically begin again. So it's to say, like, it's not really happening as much as we think. Like, for example, there's stories in the Mahabharata where, there's a great king who's shown that this reality is false by bunch of ants crawling on the floor, and then it's explained to him that all of those ants were his sort of millions of reincarnations.
Oh,
that there'll be a bunch of kings that are just like him that will eventually fall down to becoming ants.
Wow. Yeah. But then it's just this one branch of Gnosticism that gets marketed as where all these thoughts come from, huh?
Yeah, it sounds.
Is there a particular name for that, or did it manufactured?
They're promoting it, right? Because it's like you said earlier. He offered the occult belief that the Star of David is not Jewish, and B from the Kabbalah. So so he's sort of saying that the Kabbalah is different from Judaism, right? So he may be ascribing to some of these occult beliefs, is what I would surmise.
Right.
Spiritual realm. We are locked within the machine, the cube. You could consider it like that. Think about it. Today, with computers, we are able to simulate realities, right? Think about video games. Video games are like a simulated reality, and we are locked within a video game. We are like Mario, unable to escape the game. That's kind of the idea. Now, of course...
Hey, Shadow Buddha, that's what you're talking about, huh? Literally the GameCube, huh?
Yeah, that's weird. He literally said the same exact thing.
Crazy.
Yeah, and it's even Mario.
It is Mario, yeah. I don't think he's seen this one yet.
Yeah, that might even be a picture from Super Smash Brothers, so it's really weird.
It could be. He cracked the simulation.
Mario, unable to escape the game. That's kind of the idea. Now, of course, this is just a load of bullshit. I'm just having fun with you guys. But it is strange to think that we now have the technology now which kind of reflects the ideas of these 2,000-year-old traditions that very prominent people still believe today.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Now, of course, we cannot talk about Saturn-worshipping transhumanists without talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Seems kind of stupid, though.
Because Jeffrey Epstein was heavily invested in life extension through machines, and heavily invested in the idea of connecting our minds to machines in order to live forever. For example, the Epstein Foundation allegedly partially funded Peter Thiel's life extension projects. That's interesting. He was also well connected to prominent transhumanists around the world, including probably the #1 guy, Ray Kurzweil, the guy that popularized the idea of the singularity, that one day we will reach a singularity point where we connect our minds to machines.
Who was he influenced by, Kurzweil?
Well, it's actually Jews and Catholics that, brought this forward. As we have said many times on the show, there's an interesting Jesuit preacher named Teilhard de Chardin.
Oh yeah, McKenna's favorite.
Yeah, he's hugely expounded upon on Singularity University, right? That I believe, the guy Kurzweil here is affiliated with, and he basically is seen as a patron saint of the internet, and so on and so forth, and
right.
Yeah, and he talked about how this unification, essentially very similar to the Tikkun Olam concept that this gentleman mentioned, this sort of reunification with God would happen on the material plane, and this was what he saw as the omega point. So this final conclusion, right?
And what's interesting is that it is basically Gnosticism, but it pretends to be like a physical version of Gnosticism in a way. So it's kind of like this weird inverted. I don't really fully understand it, but to be honest with you, I tried to go to Singularity University. I never really figured out how to actually get in because it looked extremely expensive and very like you got to know somebody. But like I kind of wanted to get into it. And then I read Kurzweil's book, and I was like, this is the worst possible way to go about transhumanism. So I kind of lost interest because I totally disagree with this premise of, like, upload your brain to a piece of, like, silicon. And, like, I think that's the worst possible way you could go about it personally. But,
you die, bro. There's no going back, right? No going back.
Yeah. Well, I think that, I just don't think that you can replicate without the organic. Like if you're trying to like move from organic materials to inorganic, I just don't think that that's possible. I mean, at least in any way that I'm aware of. So yeah,
it's not sustainable.
This is why it seems like science fiction writers are kind of like pushing the narrative, bro. Of like and it's not just fiction. Because real people with money are taking these ideas on and trying to manifest them,
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely salespeople. That's the thing. That's the thing is like they're definitely selling you something. Like they're not just writing.
Yeah.
Of their own ideas, essentially.
Yeah. Well, if you go to the ideas of L. Ron Hubbard and Robert Heinlein, right? They were deeply influential. In science fiction, and they were drawing from some of the ideas of Edward Bulwer Lytton, right, and some of these occult conceptions. So it's interesting that the start of science fiction, right, and there's another book called, Gods That Wear Spandex or something like that, right?
Oh,
where,
yeah, I heard about that one.
Yeah, where it's about how superheroes represent a sort of neo-paganism as well, right? So there's a lot of crossover to ancient myths and an exploration of those topics, sometimes heavy-handed agenda behind them.
Very heavy, especially with the Disney Channel, all that type of stuff, and Marvel movies.
Right.
Yeah, I think Stan Lee, among many others. Yeah, they're definitely selling. They're definitely selling that kind of stuff. I mean, that's kind of one reason I joke about Wakanda is because it's kind of like this weird, like, Gnostic, heavenly utopian Marxist thing that they're selling to people, and I think they're doing that for white people too. It's like they're kind of giving everybody their own version of that. Essentially,
Neurojack. I saw a cool video of this Christian Bible thumper young chick, and she was talking about she's like the religion that Hollywood wants everyone to be a part of. And I'm like, what? Okay, what is she talking about? Buddhism? What's she talking about? What's she talking about? Atheism? And what it was is she took movies like The Little Mermaid, Matrix, all like many different types of movies. And what she said was is Gnosticism, basically. They're preaching Gnosticism with all the things we're talking about, kind of with the simulation theory.
Well, it's funny, like The Little Mermaid.
The
Little Mermaid kind of reminds me, like, like it's King Poseidon, or well, I guess they call him Triton, but he's obviously supposed to be
He's
like
Poseidon, huh?
it's Poseidon, but it's like isn't that the guy who started Atlantis, or his son did, or something?
Yes.
You get the Atlas, I guess, did it, or but I don't know. And then you know it just gets into some weird stuff. Like it's
Hey, Maryland.
pretty strange, like because
Yeah, it's a
paganism
weird
is a
movie.
I don't know. I don't know if you can you say paganism and Gnosticism are like directly correlated or not? I don't know. I mean, that might be a good question to ask.
I would say, I would venture to say yes, right? Because they're talking about goddesses, and there's a direct line of influence from Orphic Pythagoreanism. So I would believe in two cases they're sort of visibly linked to like sort of pagan resurgence.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I just had to ask this question because this came across my research that I was doing actually last night that I mentioned, and I kind of just published that article. I'll send it to you guys later. It's just really just my AI research that I did, but I did like a couple hours of it. But really quick, what do you think of this argument that the Jews or the Gnostics have this god of Saturn because they're trying to stop time, and then you know other people worship like Apollo or Jesus or God on the other side of it? Like that's not really like the best analogy, but
Well, I think like time and
what do you guys think of
progress
that?
are linked, right? Because like the god of time, and they're saying like they want to, they believe in the singularity, which is like this point in time, right? So I don't know. So it's kind of like maybe the worship of time, or I don't know.
Yeah, which is basically just hyper focusing on time.
Yeah,
It's
whereas like the other side
worship.
worships nature, right?
Yeah.
Whereas it's like one side is like Gaian, and like
Uh-huh.
they're always the people that say time is an illusion. Isn't that funny? Like,
Yes.
and then the other side is like really into time. They're like, no,
Right.
exactly.
Right. Yeah, I remember I used to think it was so evil. Like, oh, I can't have a watch. I can't have a watch. I want to be locked into this. Well, I get it. I want to be more what they call circadian time, natural time. However,
yeah,
a watch does help when you have appointments and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry, I missed your answer. Yeah, I got a phone call right when you said like time is tied to progress or something. Shit.
You seen the battle between the nature folks, the Gaian folks? Time is an illusion versus the other ones. Hyper fixated on time.
Yeah, I think I do a huge thing like nature versus time. I think it solves all issues. I think that's the whole thing between the one and the many, right? In philosophy, right? I think there's a side that is like idol worshippers. Just as our friend
Marilyn.
Yeah. Just as Marilyn said here, right? They're idol worshippers that, on the one side they worship nature, right? They think that, like nature's it, right? And then the other side they worship time. They think time is it.
Yes.
And they try to like perfect timing, and so on and so forth. And the other side, they try to perfect like cycles. And
do you think they could be a dialectic that they're trying to synthesize, or is it really just something that can't be synthesized?
I think it's something where it's like math versus logic or something. I don't think it I think it's like ways that we get caught up into, right? Like in the occult, right? They always get into male versus female, or something like that. So they're like they always draw on this dichotomy. Right? So it's kind of like to them it's necessary in a way.
What do you think, Machine? You personally, on your view, what's a healthy way to look at it? To be one side, one of the other side, or something else?
Maybe no side, right?
No side. Okay.
Yeah, no sides. Realize that it's a false dialectic, as they say. And that there's people, and form a healthy relationship between both, and and try to have an understanding of what's really going on beyond the type of dialectics, because I think this is the top boss of dialectics, right? So it's like
nature first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like
Is that-
you can't get higher than that. In a way, there's nothing more fundamental that they're going to use to divide you.
Right. Is that Telios? Because I see that always on the ticker for you. Telios.
Yeah, it's like logos versus telos or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If you put it that way.
Yeah. Was that narrow, Jack? Try that again.
Sorry, I gotta. Okay, so, let me ask you a question about that really quick. Okay, can you give me a practical example of how that would look like? Like, for example, like the one that I'm thinking of is like
Plato
they tell
versus
women
Aristotle.
like.
Oh no, yeah, you go ahead though.
what do
I
you
think
mean?
you're going on a different thing. Yeah.
Oh well,
He doesn't-
maybe apply it to what I'm saying. Maybe apply it to what I'm saying. So like, okay, like they
Right.
tell women like, be a girl boss because you have all the time in the world, and there's no point in being a mother. But then time catches up with them because they're fighting against nature. So that's kind of what comes to mind. But that's kind of what I was thinking of, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, you were asking for example. I was going to ask the same thing, kind of like an example of that. But yeah, that is an example. That's an example. I think it matches up. I don't know. Hello. Oh shit, my shit's still.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like, like we're all struggling with both of these things, right? I guess you could look at it in that way. But I think more of like, like Plato versus Aristotle, like either things have to become perfect, right? Or there is a perfection that always exists.
Mm-hmm. It's
So
always
like,
there.
Yeah, so you'll see like on the left, they'll kind of say that. They'll be like, no, things are perfect. Like you're perfect the way you are. Like they'll say stuff like that, right? Whereas on the right, they'll be like, no, you got to make yourself better. There's always a way you can make yourself better.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Pull yourself up from your bootstraps, that sort of thing. Right?
That's the right. Yeah, they say that a lot.
Exactly. So it's like on the left versus the right.
both are
There's a nature versus time.
Mm-hmm.
but both are a psyop too, right? Like it's almost like but both are kind of a psyop in a different way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, So it's like, I guess, like, if you look at it one way, somebody would tell that woman, no, you go, girl. And then another person would say, don't you want to look out for the next generation and so on and so forth?
Yeah. Exactly. Did you care about the future? What's up, Rocky?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Marilyn says you can tell what side is suspicious because they have an agenda. Correct. Truth has no agenda. Control and manipulation is witchcraft. Psyops, for sure.
But in a way, it's almost like it's almost like, and this is kind of one of the big things that I believe in. And so, I don't know if this makes sense to anybody else, but I think one of the biggest ways to look at this kind of stuff is that making you aware of something like time and nature as a concept kind of divides and conquers you on your own. So
Yeah,
if
the
that
trick
makes any
is
sense, right?
thinking that there's such thing as nature and time in the first place. And putting these two different categories in conflict with each other. I believe all of that is basically faking gay, right? Because the arrival of the categories themselves, right? Because where does nature exist? What isn't nature? What isn't time?
Everything
Let's
is.
start there,
Yeah.
exactly, right? So it's kind
embedded.
of faking gay in the first place to designate,
Right.
here nature, here time.
Right.
So that's the gay part first, right? And then the second aspect of just total fuckery is just then being like, all right, now we're gonna figure out how these things are in conflict with each other. That's going way far. It's like first we assume that these things exist on their own, right? Next we're putting them in conflict. It's like you're 2 steps away from reality at this point. Right?
Yeah, getting in the way of ourselves. Marilyn says she loves us. Yeah, we love you. We have like top-notch people on this, right?
Oh yeah, blessings, Marilyn. Yeah.
Yeah. Facts. We are here together, not
time.
scattered. Always,
yeah, we had lots of deep convos with Marilyn for sure. You know, one of the deep, top deep thinkers out here.
Absolutely.
Now, this raises the question, why was Jeffrey Epstein so invested and interested in the idea of life extension or potentially even living forever within machines? Why did he want to do this? Well, let me ask you this. What sort of person wants to live forever?
Wait, let me ask you guys this. Do you think he knew that eventually this shit was going to be leaked? And a lot of shit was put in there, like the gaslight people and stuff that he was doing knowingly?
Yeah, I mean, I believe his thing was cloning instead. You know, but yeah, I don't think that these guys really think that they're expendable. You know, you know, or that there's 10 people above them,
right?
You know, that are basically, because what they're thinking is that they're specially picked to play this role. You know,
that's funny. Damn, that makes them that they're stupid then.
Well,
because it's like, even though they have power, that's dumb, bro. You have to expect that, even though you have power, that there's like the hand behind the hand.
Yeah, and that's why I bring up
hubris.
That's why I bring up Epstein's special brand of transhumanism, because it displays his hubris in his cloning. He thought his own genes
he would be the guy.
Yeah, he thought he was gonna be like his own genes were gonna save everyone.
Yeah, look how dysgenic this guy is, guy. We might as well have Clav, right? Clavicular.
He thought he thought he was a main dude.
Come on, bro. Are you kidding me? It's like Watto from Star Wars.
I think that's the thing is like, I don't think the Epstein case is about the sex stuff at all. Personally, I think it's all about the technology. Personally, I think that's
that's the thing with
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with MK Ultra. It's designed to make you think you're the man for the job.
Well, all these fucking we kind of went over it and with Rupert from Netherlands, remember, on the psychedelic elitism. Machine's been on that. Obviously, he was part of that.
Well, it's
that's what I'm saying is that the MK Ultra stuff and the stuff done by Leary and the other guy, Kaczynski's teacher or whatever, like they that to me that was a precursor to the social media in a roundabout way. That made everyone think that they were the man and shit. All that crazy shit. You know. Go ahead, Nero.
Yeah.
Well, that's still what they're doing. I think that's the main purpose of Silicon Valley, is to give everybody like main character syndrome, and then make them think that they're like everybody blames Thiel or Zuckerberg or Musk, but ultimately, I mean, I see them as victims. I see them as victims just as much as anything else. I don't really necessarily think that they're in control of anything personally.
It's like that South Park episode, where they had Britney Spears and they're kind of like showing her as a form of like idol sacrifice. Where we build this person up. One of the main parts of building up somebody like Clavicular is the eventual crash out that comes.
Like we're seeing right now,
Yeah, where you give them all the drugs, all the cocaine, all the money, all the bitches, and you allow them to basically crash out. And it's like, because that all of that stuff does not lead to optimum health, right? So it's just like,
it's crazy. Yeah, because I've been looking into Clavicular more, and he's very closely associated with people like Thiel, in my opinion. I don't know 100%, but the reason
he is because he was invited on stream to a party at Thiel's house. Yeah, so he's involved. I don't know what extent.
I think he was sent by Thiel to some of these parties. Yeah, I think he was sent by Thiel to some of these parties to basically like crash parties and stuff. But the reason that's interesting is because Clavicular's on these like serotonin drugs that basically like recycle your serotonin. So it's kind of like an antidepressant pill, but it's actually like probably like a better version of it. But the ultimate problem is that nobody knows what the long-term effects of like hijacking your brain with chemicals is really going to be. And the other guy, Brian Johnson, was like using his own kid's blood to like, make himself reverse age and stuff. And like, I am curious about a lot of that, but like, I'm not a fan of the way they're going about it. Like, I think that there's probably a lot of truth in what they're looking into, but I think Epstein is like the ultimate endpoint of where that's going to go for most people, for sure. Yeah.
You bought it out. You bought it out for a second. You said he's the ultimate. What was that?
Well, I think that I think Epstein was probably like a mid-level guy looking at all this. Like, I'll give you an example.
You know what?
Okay, go ahead.
I was saying, you know what Alex Jones calls him? A Renfield. Just a Renfield,
Yeah,
meaning
exactly.
like that was Dracula's helper, right?
100%. Yep, 100%. And again, like, I don't necessarily know that they're like Dracula's a person in the traditional sense, but definitely what I would say is that what the way I look at it is, the Epstein thing is very, 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 very interesting because again, the way they're using it is say, oh, look, this is what white people do and blah, blah. And again, like, I'm not making it that issue, but what I'm saying is that it's just they're cutting it apart a million different ways to cover up the fact that ultimately there is a psychedelic elite and their goal is to reproduce without women, without children, and make test tube babies. And they're heavily promoting this. And I think one of the biggest parts you see of that is they're trying to get women to stop desiring men and get men to stop desiring women and take sexual reproduction out of the equation. And I think that's a major goal of whatever it is they're trying to do. And I don't know why. I just think that is like a major part of what they're doing for sure.
Because this is what we still have, whether you're a billionaire or a person living in the Sudan, very poor. You can be you're a creator. You're a co-creator, right? You can create with having kids and stuff. That's a big thing that people take it for granted now. But if you watch movies like Children of Men, right? Like in the future, that could be seen as the ultimate flex, the ultimate resource.
Well,
being able to have a kid. Yeah.
Right before I watched this video that you sent me, when I saw that you sent it to me, I was watching this other one by that Hidden America guy who I don't really like him, although I do think his content is good. I just kind of suspicious of him.
Wait, are you moving around or something? Because like sometimes your internet's good, sometimes it's not. It's like robot.
No, I'm not moving around. I'm just in a place with not good internet. I'll have a good one in a second. But really, I'll be really brief on this point. But he was talking about sexual magic, left-hand path, right-hand path. And I'm not promoting that, but I do think that I think men and women's sexual desire is a major component of being a human. And I think that trying to strip that away from human beings is like basically a very direct way to dehumanize people. So I think that's kind of what I see as a big part of the project. And they're promoting IVF as a major part of reproduction among the middle-class elites, specifically in Israel and Silicon Valley and New York City. So I think that's going to be
IVF.
Yep. And
it's very promoted all over the world, even here in Taiwan, big time.
Yeah,
because
and
so
I
many
think that
women
they're doing
are.
that. Go ahead, sorry. No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say they're doing it because women are not able to not able to have children because of environmental factors or maybe like genetic factors, and B, they're waiting too long, waiting for a long time to finally decide they want to have children. So this is why.
I mean, and like I'm seeing it in Silicon Valley, all these girls are like 22, 23, 24, and they're like, I'm going to go ahead and freeze my eggs now. And I'm like, okay, like.
Have what? What did you say?
They're freezing their eggs at 22, 23, 24 years old.
Oh,
they're intentionally saying like, I'm going to work for the next 10, 15 years. So
but they don't realize that
years from now.
They doesn't realize that it's not automatic if you freeze your eggs, bro. It's like the older you get, the harder it is, man. I know that stuff about this stuff firsthand. all that stuff.
Yeah, and again,
wow.
I'm not demonizing the individuals. I'm just saying that like it's a
I
very
know.
odd
It's a,
promotion
I wish you
of
wouldn't
like
have to
this
do
is a
that, man.
normal lifestyle.
We shouldn't
You
have
know,
to do that. I
like
mean,
they're trying to
should've,
go
could've.
around nature and biology. Like they're trying to circumvent nature, like nature's a problem, right? And they're like, well, women must do X, Y, Z, and the other thing in order to be a full human.
Well,
But then it's like, well, why are you fighting nature? You see, it's just a very odd thing. Yeah.
well, it's because like they have to deal with men that look like this.
Yeah, I have to admit, like, I don't judge men's looks, but this guy does give me a very
That's what she
strange
showed me this.
vibe.
Informed me that a package
Yeah,
has
he
arrived.
gives me a strange vibe for
The
sure.
hidden war.
Marilyn, you
why
think this guy's
normies
cute?
Obey, why others awaken, and psychopaths rule is now
Oh, shit.
available. Thank you.
God bless his
everyone who
content, though.
ordered.
No, I mean, he's
Cheers.
interesting. He
Super
reminds me
creepy.
of like the Sandlot. He reminds me of the Sandlot kid. I mean, he's probably he could be a cool guy, but some people, they just
You
don't,
think so?
they're just not very photogenic. I mean, like, I'm kind of like that. Like, I don't really look good on
But-
camera. So, like, I don't.
Okay,
you know,
then
it's like,
I mean, he looks a certain way, but the way he talks to that like creeped out version makes for good videos.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely like Asperger's or something. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely something. You know, it's like it's a
Yeah.
very peculiar.
Hey,
He sounds
what's up,
like a
Rocky?
criminal
How's it
from
going?
like the 1930s. Like, you know, he's
All
gonna
right.
America.
Yeah. He looks like a criminal. Yeah. He looks like, to me, what's that show? The Munsters. Grandpa Munster. Yeah, that's what he reminds me
Yeah.
of.
Well,
His eyes. Yeah,
I
but
think
his
he
videos are fun.
He reminds me of the Sandlot. No, he's smart. I mean, he's got some good stuff.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I definitely don't like his whole schizo thing, like the schizos versus psychopaths versus this versus, like, I think it's kind of a weird.
Yeah,
framing
there's a lot of
things,
hope
so.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. Technically, that was that other guy's theory that he propagated, right? It was that the other guy he promotes. But yeah, even Sneeko talks about that. He was playing his video on his channel.
Well, that's what bothered me, is that so many people said the exact same talking point at the exact same time. That's what kind of freaked me out about it. Like, yeah.
Marilyn doesn't like. She doesn't prove. She said, "Dude is an extraterrestrial Neanderthal." Damn, that's harsh. It's a pretty good nuanced description. Yeah. Hey, Rocky, I'm sure you're familiar with the Saturn cube, all that stuff. The black cube. What are some thoughts on that? That's what we've been talking about.
Saturn worship is kind of, Roman type
Right.
thing. And
yeah.
I believe this it's kind of like Satan worship. It's like the most powerful planet that moves, so-called planet. It's one of the roaming stars that they worship. Instead of worshiping the creator, they worship the creation, the stars
of the creator. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I couldn't hear Rocky, so
We
if I was
see
over talking
we
you
see it
up.
in a lot of different cultures. Definitely.
He's saying
Let's
that
go back.
Saturn is, worshipped in Rome. Is all he said.
Yeah.
Well,
Was that machine?
is that the case though? I'm not so sure about that personally. Where do
With
you get
worship?
that from?
Well, they had Saturnalia, right?
Saturn
I mean-
allowed Rome allowed all the gods to be worshipped, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think Rome was kind of like more of like a Mithraic or like sun or Apollo.
It depends
worship,
on
wasn't it?
if you're talking about the beginnings of Rome or the ending of Rome.
Oh, well, it's funny you say that because that's kind of what my whole entire paper I wrote, I had AI write for me. But what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
The origins of Rome, as compared to when it turned degenerate and Nero.
Well, what do you consider the origin of Rome?
No,
in
I
your
just
opinion?
know that
Okay.
it was. I don't know.
Well, I'll ask you this: are you saying that in the later years of Rome they allowed the worship of all the gods, different gods or whatnot, or is it in the earlier time?
Except for the one true God. That's why they crucified him. You were allowed to worship any god except, not that.
Yeah, we were just talking about the wandering Jew, and we got onto Jeffrey Epstein's form of transhumanism. That's what we're on right now.
I believe Epstein is more of a. Excuse me.
I would say.
Go ahead.
Okay, Epstein. I think he's like diverting attention from the Catholic pedos. Because if you look up Omaha Franklin Savings, Omaha for Boys, it's like.
Oh yeah, he said that over here. Huh? Yeah.
Father.
Yeah, I mean, just like in my own personal life, I've seen. I went to Catholic schools, and we had some of those priests molesting some of my classmates.
Yeah. And Epstein to me kind of looks Italian. To me, he looks Italian. The Italian mob were the first pizza joints in my town, and I got away from the mob. I didn't want to be around the goddamn mob. So basically controlled by the Catholic Church, which is big in Omaha.
Midwest. I remember even the casino.
I was born in Omaha. I got out when I was 15. Get the hell out of there. There were some really.
Did you ever listen to Bright Eyes from Omaha?
Omaha was a big enough city where they had,
mutual of Omaha people that you can count on when the going gets rough.
Insurance.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Omaha is one of the creepiest cities I've ever driven through. I've only driven through there once, and it was a very creepy ass city for sure.
Why is this like flat and kind of dry, like boring?
It's extremely boring. There's like literally tumbleweeds blowing, and then you pull into
on
Omaha.
The hills
like
it's on the hills. It's hilly, and then once you get past Omaha, it turns into flat farmland. It's next to Iowa Council Bluffs, which means hilly area. Omaha has a history of
Native American
fires. There was a great fire in 18, one of those fires, where they burned down some of the old structures and pretended that, they burned down. Okay, first place.
Tartaria type stuff.
Yeah, when did stone buildings burn down? So there's a lot of history in Omaha. It was called the Underground Railroad during the Civil War, where they had a black underground, and there were actual caves that they hid the blacks in.
Interesting. Yeah. Whenever I think of the real Midwest, I always do think of Nebraska. Maybe Kansas, kind of, but something about Nebraska that sticks in my mind.
It's the Union Pacific Railroad. The Union Pacific Railroad originates in Omaha, where you have all the trains going from the west to the from the east to the west. Omaha.
A lot of cattle too, right? Grain and cattle and all that type of stuff they used to have there.
They've just had a 800,000 acre fire in Omaha, at Nebraska, where all the farm and beef. It's a really big beef, and so it's like. Some people think they're trying to kill off all our beef.
Yeah, there was something that's similar that happened like a year or two ago, right? Too, with eggs or something.
Well, they've been killing off our beef through freezing during winters, and so we've had a very dry winter this year, and so I've been clearing the brush around because get ready for the fires, because they can control shit too. I believe anyway. And
we were talking about earlier about weather manipulation, right? Machine with using the Nazi stuff.
Right.
Was that what we're talking about? Yeah, using like the real technology, maybe like for that.
It's someone that believes they're going to hell. I like to think of it that way, right? If you think you're going to hell, you do not want to die. right? And if I was Jeffrey Epstein, I would be concerned about this prospect of the afterlife myself. Wouldn't you? I wouldn't want to die. So that's a fun way of thinking about it. But also, he was a worshipper of Saturn, because people that worship Saturn do not want to die. Now, was he literally worshipping Saturn? You can think of it that way if you want, but I want you to also think of it in a metaphoric sense, because Saturn represents the god of this world, of this physical reality, the demiurge of this reality. And he was a worshipper of the world, certainly, right? He wanted to live forever in this reality, in this physical realm. He wanted money, power, women, other things, I guess. He wanted all of that now, right? So his God was this world, not the next. You see what I'm saying? But of course, this didn't work out for old Jeffrey, because now he is dead, potentially. Actually, is he really dead? He's probably still alive on some island, continuing these pursuits somewhere. Who knows, right? But I wanted you to think of it like this. Jeffrey Epstein was actually a part of a cult of criminals.
What'd you say? Huh?
Well, okay, so the Roman Gregorian calendar in which we go under determines the Saturn and the sun worship. You know, they named the 5 days after planets.
Days, yeah. I thought Saturn was Saturday.
Saturn Day.
Yes.
Friday. And so these
Friday is Viernes in Spanish, which means Venus.
Yeah, so even our calendar is Roman Gregorian calendar, and the Bible calls them the first month, the second month, the third month, the fourth month, the fifth month. First day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, not Sunday. It's not Saturday or Sunday. It's the seventh day.
You go by numbers, right? Interesting enough, in Taiwan, they don't call the months really the name of the months. They go by numbers too. They refer to it as numbers. I mean, they use it sometimes, but like majority we use numbers, right?
You determine the month by the phase of the moon. That's why it's called months. Moon, phase of the moon, months.
And he just contradicted himself big time in the video, because earlier he said that the Gnostics, right, led to transhumanism, right, and they want to go into the next life, right, and now he just said that Epstein, being a Gnostic, wants to go into this demiurgic reality, and he's calling also this reality demiurgic, revealing himself to be a Gnostic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
he didn't say
So in terms of this video being a psyop, he not only revealed that he's a Gnostic like 2 or 3 times already, but he also claimed that was the belief system of the transhumanists, like Epstein. But then he said they want to stay in this demiurgic reality, unveiling that that's the opposite of what he claimed earlier.
Right.
Yeah, they're Satanists, and they want to live it through a different way. They think they can get to heaven. They can live forever, not through Christ, but their own way, through fucking bullshit.
Rocky, like the Gnostics would say, like that guy, like, this is the demiurge Earth we're living in. It's like hell, the hell realm. Do you think it? What do you think Earth is? Do you think it's neutral, a heaven? Do you think it's a hell realm? What do you think?
It's originally was the Garden of Eden.
Right. And then that's a good thing, right? The Garden of Eden. That's a good thing.
It will be restored. I believe it will be restored. It's original. But the Gnostics, they think they can get to heaven through knowledge, through nature, and the study of knowledge. This turtle can live 150 years. How can I take some turtle DNA?
That's what happened to the Ninja Turtles, allegedly. They were messing around. We'll be a turtle, man. People just want to get greedy. I guess we get greedy. Some people get greedy, right? They want it all. They can't take what they have here and just, enjoy it and be grateful.
Well, one thing
for
they
it.
are doing is, eating pizza in the sewers. So so that's being fulfilled.
Pizza in the sewers. Oh, that's another one of their codes. God,
Which
damn,
one?
we know who
Or the
those
Jews?
turtle pizza eaters were now.
In the sewers. Exactly. Coming out of the tunnels. Yeah.
They got caught in New York doing the same shit.
And who's their leader? Remember, it's a rat.
Fucking
the
rat.
Splinter.
Rat.
The
Yeah,
Splinter
big
guy.
nose,
Yeah.
a big nose rat.
Okay.
They tell you the truth in the movies, man. They tell you
Oh,
the truth
God.
in the movies.
Yeah, they called him Master too. So.
Mhm.
It's like-
Oh shit! You seen that video? The old video is called "The Smurfs Are Communists," and they thought that Gargamel was like the represents the Jew, and the
yeah.
Azrael represents the America.
You see them videos of them geese, like a dog will attack another dog, and the dogs will give up, but the goose will go up and grab it by the neck and throw it around with that big ass neck and beat the fuck out of it. I haven't seen a lot of those. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, fucking shit. Squirrels and rats and fucking shit.
There you go. This is for our elder Rocky right here.
You need to
Check
get
this out. This is like where the Smurfs communist propaganda to brainwash American kids into socialism. Let's see.
If you grew up in the 80s and 90s, chances are you have seen them. They're blue. They're little, and they live in tiny mushrooms in the forest. No, I'm not talking about that time you hung out with your friend with the lava lamps. I'm talking about the Smurfs. They're on books, TV shows, games, toys. They even had a movie. Yeah, those Smurfs. Now people are saying they're communist propaganda. What? Yes, communist propaganda. They came out in the 1950s by a Belgian artist that I can't even pronounce his name for the life of me, but he goes by Peyo for our convenience. Back then, there was a Cold War going on. It was the freedom-loving Americans versus evil Russian communists. Anything imported was suspicious, especially something from Belgium. In fact, in the 1980s, the Cold War was at its worst point. Americans were scared of the Russians more than ever, and people saw communists everywhere. Fortunately, by 1989, the Cold War was over. But when the Smurfs came out in the United States, it was pretty hot. So how did the Smurfs fit in? Well, let's take a look and see how they're communists. First of all, their economy. They don't have any. It's a cashless and classless society. Everyone is equal, and they all share the wealth. That is the central communist mantra. And it goes from each according to their abilities to each according to their needs. Karl Marx, the founder of communism, said that. You know who else looks like Karl Marx? Papa Smurf.
He does.
He's got the beard, and hey, he even wears all red. Well, what about the other Smurfs? Well, they all wear the exact same thing, and their names are what their job is. You got a smart one, you have a farmer, and their value to the community is the only thing that matters. Except for Smurfette, and nobody really knows what she's all about. And who's the villain in the Smurfs? They gotta have one of those, right? Well, it's this ugly, evil witch guy who lives...
What does he look like to you guys? Yeah, propaganda, huh? Jewish propaganda.
With a cat.
Look like he's all hunched over. Like he has the Jew claw.
Well, it's this ugly, evil witch guy who lives with a cat. And what does he want? He wants to ruin the Smurfs' paradise and turn all the creatures into gold. It sounds like a stereotype of an evil capitalist, according to the communists. So what's the creator saying? Well, people began saying the Smurfs were communists back in the 1980s. American commentators said Smurfs were communists. It was a strange import from Belgium, so it must be communist propaganda, right? Well, when the creator was asked about it, he just laughed and said there's no political viewpoint in any of this. And in fact, he got rich off of it. A capitalist idea. So what do you think? Are the Smurfs secret communist propaganda? or is it children's entertainment?
What do you guys think?
Yeah, they're also wearing the Phrygian cap. I mean, it's a cap that they wear in a Freemasonic ceremony too.
Ah, the big floppy thing. Yeah, yeah. I know as a kid, because I grew up in the heyday when that came here, and it was like, it was unspoken rule. It was kind of like that was a girls' cartoon to watch. Like we watched G.I. Joe, Transformers. Oh, G.I. Joe is my favorite. But
yeah, I tried to keep my kids away from watching that shit.
Yeah.
Mostly.
What, the Smurfs? Or all the cartoons?
Any kind of TV or Disney movies or something. Always told if you're going to watch any of those movies, you have to decode them and think critically of what kind of message they're giving you.
Yeah, that's actually a really good exercise, and it's a win-win situation when you do it like that. Yeah, I do that with my son now, but like my mom wasn't telling me stuff like that, or my dad. It was just like, now I know. But to be honest, like that Smurf thing, it was always weird to me. I never really liked that cartoon. Now I appreciate it in a sense because it's nostalgic. As my childhood, it was around. But like back then, I was like, nah, I don't really jive with that cartoon. I don't know. Maybe I saw the communism in it. I didn't like trying to be propagandized like that.
My kids grew up with that Smurf shit, and the neighbors really got into it and drew. They learned how to draw Smurfs, and then after that, it became draw some animation drawings. And
well, you must have been in the military at that point, right, Rocky?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So how would you feel if one of your sons was watching G.I. Joe? Because that was like pro-military, in a sense. How would you feel about them liking that channel, that show?
Well, you live in the world you live in. You got to live in the world you live in. Realities. There are armies, and it seems like the whole world's under deception of war is good and peace is bad or something. So you got to prepare for the real life anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. I think there's like a minute left of this video.
Because there is a group of people, it's not just Jeffrey, there's a group of people today that wish to extend their life and maintain their power for as long as possible. They want to do what Kronos could not achieve. And they are willing to eat their own children in order to do so. Now, am I still being metaphoric? I am not. I am not. But that's a deep dive for another day. You can look into the Epstein files yourself. There's some funky stuff there.
There you go, machine.
Now, you yourself might be excited by the prospect of connecting your mind to a machine, or maybe living forever within a machine, or even becoming.
Yeah, he needs to watch maybe the last 100 presentations I've done on the history of transhumanism, right? Because he totally fumbled the ball. Yeah, saying that it's Gnosticism, right? I mean, he briefly mentioned the Kabbalah. Right, so I don't know. So he didn't really appropriately address, how those two are linked, especially when then he claimed that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to, fall into the demiurgic reality as a transhumanist. Right, so it just doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. He already fumbled the ball 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. He's only devoted at least only 1 minute to talk about transhumanism.
Yeah, that's not appropriate amount of time.
I understand. Maybe you don't believe in an afterlife and this physical reality is all there is to you. And that's perfectly acceptable. But let me tell you something, okay? This technology will not be for you or me, okay? This technology is for the cult of Kronos to maintain power. Do you think they're going to give this kind of technology to everyone? They will not. They already.
We don't want it anyway, though. It's not like he wants it, maybe.
They've been glorifying this kind of technology. It turns, like RoboCop and all these Terminator and glorifying this shit, cyborgs and shit.
Universal Soldier. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Believe that there's too many people on this earth. Why would they want to extend everyone's lives? They will not want to do this. Do you understand? This is for them, not for us.
Some
So
idiots.
that's something I just want you to make a note of.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, if you're really excited by these ideas. This is not open source transhumanism, okay? This is closed source. Now, I realize I just threw a lot of shit at you. There's a lot to take in this video, potentially. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to be clever with this video a little bit. There's a few esoteric elements you have to
So
read
the reason
between the lines, but I'm not very...
I think he said the open source transhumanism is because of Peter Thiel. You know, he's the one always pushing that sort of open source type of stuff. And also Sam Altman and all that stuff is his company OpenAI is sort of supposed
Do you think people like those two people do the open source, they promote it because they want to steal people's ideas too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Open source. Originally, computers were open source programming.
Yeah, I mean, no, not really, because it's created by MIT.
The military, right?
Yeah.
But they got people to volunteer through open source that would create things
at some
and
point
take them over or something.
Yeah, I mean, they probably kidnapped them or something. I mean, force them to work.
I don't care for the guy, but I remember Wizard telling stories about how his parents worked for the government, and then they were privy to a lot of beta tests, and they would take home. He said that they would take home like computers when there weren't, it wasn't like a regular thing. So he was just one of the families that were like, beta testing this, trying to figure the shit out.
Yeah, and then they obviously, it's like Parsons, like he had the laboratory, and then they blew it up.
This is private stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like he's got secrets in there, so the
schools in Washington.
They blew it up.
The schools in Washington State, Bill Gates gave about free computers. I remember when he was giving out free computers. Then we found out that they were they had spyware in them. They could look in your cameras, and some of the teachers knew about it and were spying on their children at home.
Yeah.
In the 90s.
Yeah. This is off topic a little bit, but you're in the Washington, Oregon area, right? I heard that yesterday that the Supersonics are coming back to Seattle. I don't know if you heard about that, Rocky. Yeah.
No, I'm not on the coast. I stay as far away from Seattle as possible, but there's a benefit of living here because next to Idaho.
Yeah, the whole team will just be Sean Kemp's children.
Good knowledge. You're a basketball head machine. Yeah, he had the most kids, I think. Yeah. He has some weird stories too about he used to take coke at practice, like in the bathroom at in between like breaks at practice. He had a really bad habit because contrary to what people think, if you do a lot of cocaine, you're not necessarily like skinny. Sometimes you blow up. He ended up blowing up and having a lot of kids. Yeah.
Very clever person, so maybe it doesn't come across that way. You can think of it like this. I'm going to summarize it one more time for you. There is a cult of Kronos.
We can't
today.
see it.
They wish to maintain their power forever. They wish to live forever. They don't mind eating their own children if they have to. And finally, they use the hexagon shape and the black cube as their symbols, right? And once you start noticing the black cube and hexagon shape, you'll start noticing it everywhere. For example, the largest asset manager in the world, or largest company in the world, BlackRock, they use the black cube symbol, and they're called BlackRock. Now, is this kind of like schizophrenic pattern recognition that we should ignore? Potentially, but it's all a bit of fun. We're having fun here, right? Isn't this a lot of fun? And
It's a lot of fun.
I don't know, right? We're having fun. I had fun
Yeah,
anyway.
he's
This reminds me of when I had
basically
300
like
subscribers.
20
and
years
I could
late.
just throw out shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's like like these are like basically like he's being a little bit cheeky, but the thing is like dude, like you're not having fun. Like this is a washed up old conspiracy like from 20 years ago.
You know, BlackRock, they got in the North Pole,
shit.
The North Pole, they call it Negro. Oh, Black Rock. There's a mountain.
Oh,
Some people say it's the North Pole, where we don't know if Satan's in charge of the North Pole now.
We were talking about the Antichrist. The Antichrist is tied up right now as we speak. Could be. Yeah. I think you're talking about this Rocky right here. I found it.
Rubus.
This is like some blue pill normie beginner conspiracy shit.
Yeah,
that video. I mean, it's fun. I guess it is fun if you don't know.
Because it's like, because at the very basic level, you're basically a neo-pagan if you believe it's true, because you think that Saturn's in control of things.
Yeah,
because like, are you saying that Saturn is, running shit? I don't understand.
Yeah, I think he is without saying it.
Rupa Negro is supposed to be at the center of the flat Earth, the North Pole.
Right.
Hello, welcome. Today in this short video, sealed by ice, guarded by silence, the Black Rock of the North. At the very center of our world lies a mystery.
What that?
Oh, that's his symbol. Oh no. Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
Oh, that it looks like I thought H.R. Geiger for a second.
And then you have the time when Satan, when Christ, Satan took Jesus up to a high mountain and he could see the whole world, and we could probably think it was this area where Satan's in charge of the Black Rock. During that time, Satan was in charge of the Black Rock. He took Jesus up to a high mountain and he showed him the whole world.
Is that the mountain they're talking about?
That could be. We don't know. I think this is the mountain. I don't think it's in Israel. There's no mountains in what they call Israel now. I don't even think that
this is fascinating with this map with the coming out.
Yeah, and if you understand that it's magnetic, that gives you the circumnavigation
compass
circle, the compass shit. Everything points north, and that's the Black Rock.
That's dope, bro.
Not ice, not nothingness, but a towering black mountain marked on ancient maps, erased from modern ones. Its name? Rupes Nigra, the Black Rock. Sailors once spoke of it in hushed voices. Drawn by a magnetic force that twisted their compasses, lured their ships north, never to return. A vortex of water, 4 mighty rivers spiraling inward. As if the earth itself fed this hidden heart. Early cartographers placed it at the pole, not by mistake, but because they knew that something immense, uncharted, perhaps forbidden, stood there. They called the land around it Hyperborea.
Here we go.
A realm untouched by time, shielded by ice, protected by silence. But today, what do we see? White, void, a blur on satellite images, a blank on Google Earth. Ask yourself, why? Why erase a mountain?
Yeah, so we should be able to see that mountain, huh? Okay.
There are a couple pictures of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Why silence?
Lizzie, we were talking about you, of course, always in a good light earlier, and I was mentioning how I saw you on the Orthodox show, and it seemed like you got bullied by a couple of the girls over there. That wasn't cool.
Silent centuries of testimony. And why? Are we never allowed to go there? Maybe it's not just a mountain. Maybe it's a gate, a key, a scar from an ancient world we were never meant to remember. This is not conspiracy. This is cartography. And sometimes, maps don't lie. People do. Thank you for watching.
Machine, you want that symbol? I can get it for you. The avatar.
Yeah, it's an interesting avatar he's got. Yep.
This is called alternation.
The symbol of the mustache man was a flat Earth, Hyperborea, center of the Earth.
Oh, you believed in that too?
The 4 rivers from the center.
Yeah. Who really rules the world?
What do you think? So everybody knew back in the day there was a flat. And there was a mountain.
Who rules the world, though? Let's see, according to this guy.
Who really rules the world? We believe that governments and democratically elected leaders hold power. But behind the scenes,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's not politicians who set the course. It's a handful of powerful families, corporations, and shareholders. Some real powerful families are the Rothschilds.
Okay.
For centuries, they have controlled the global banking system. Whoever controls the money controls the world. The Rockefellers, from oil to
pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, well, that's why it's like stupid. Sometimes it's to me, it's like a waste of time to talk about some of this geopolitical stuff because it's those bankers, right, that are like these families and stuff.
They say everything upside down. So they say the Dark Ages, when Christ ruled for 1,000 years, they call it Dark Age. And then the Renaissance, when all these 13 bloodlines started coming out, they call that the Renaissance, the New Age of life or whatever. So they twist it. They twisted it.
Like their pyramid upside down.
Education. They decide what truths we learn and what medicines we take. The Morgans, their financial network influences economic crises, often in their own favor. The Corporatocracy, BlackRock and Vanguard. The largest shareholders in nearly every industry, from tech and media to pharmaceuticals and energy. They shape what we see, hear, and believe. Big tech, like Google, Meta,
You hear Meta's going out of business now. $800 million down the tube, $1 billion down the tube. Yeah, that's the Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg thought that was gonna be the next thing. Everyone was gonna hop on there. Yeah, but yesterday they called it quits.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, he's not fucking with that anymore. It's probably 80 billion, not 800 billion. 80 billion. That's a lot of money. Yeah.
Microsoft, filtering information and shaping public opinion. A hidden and secret network on the Bilderberg Group, and annual elite gatherings with no public transparency. WEF, WHO, UN, globalist agendas are being rolled out, often at the expense of national sovereignty and personal freedom. My conclusion, politicians are puppets in a larger game. The world is controlled by a small elite that shapes our reality through money, media, and technology. Collective awareness is the first step toward change. Do you like this video? Share.
Using AI to make a video about AI.
Here's this shit right here.
Well, most. It all started back in 2014 when Zuckerberg paid $2 billion for Oculus. And if you think that's a lot of money, it's nothing compared to the money that he eventually lost. Fast forward 5 years to 2019 when Zuckerberg admitted to investors that the whole VR thing was taking a bit longer than he thought. But then something magical happened. The COVID-19 pandemic. Well, it was magical for Zuckerberg in the sense that now everyone was stuck at home and they were starving for interactions. Enter the metaverse. Avatars in the metaverse weren't even complete yet. They were literally just floating torsos. Still, Zuckerberg managed to convince a lot of companies like Disney that this was the next big thing in tech. One report said that the metaverse could generate up to $5 trillion by 2030. In 2021, Zuckerberg told his staff, "This is it. This is the future." And that this will overtake smartphones. So Meta went all in. We'll try it. He believed so much in this technology that he renamed the company. But the metaverse never really took off. Hello? It turns out there's just not much to do in the metaverse, and it's really hard to multitask while wearing a headset. This video was made with support from Harry's Razors. Meta has lost $80 billion so far, which is why, like literally every tech company, they've refocused most of their energy on AI. Hey there. How can I help you today? God, you make me miss Clippy. And Zuckerberg doesn't want just your basic pedestrian AI. He's after super intelligence, which is basically a godlike AI. In the midst of building these giant data centers for AI, Meta announced last week that you would no longer have access to the metaverse by June 15th. But a few days later, they walked that back. The metaverse will continue to exist, but they won't add to it either. Hey, I have legs now. Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse.
Detail. Got it?
Mark Zuckerberg.
All right, guys. Yeah. Any thoughts before we call it quits for today?
The goggles, they want to use a chip instead of a goggle or something.
Oh, okay. They'll literally plant it into your body.
Just clone yourself again or something.
That's bad, bro.
Some fucking
Wait, what's
shit.
Rocky, what's the genesis of your profile pic? Is that Keanu Reeves was a squirrel?
Yeah. Keanu Reeves, squirrel. I don't know what it means.
It's funny though. Yeah. There's your chance to make up a story about it. Yeah. No, but I appreciate you coming by, Rocky. It's been a minute.
Well, it was about that one. It was about. I took the thumbnail from. There was a video going out that this one guy found a squirrel and made friends with it, and then the cops killed the squirrel in order to protect the squirrel or something, because you're not supposed to undomesticated animals, or you're not supposed to have them in your house or something. And then, so the cops went there, or for some reason killed the squirrel, and everybody else thought he was like Keanu Reeves. You killed my squirrel, now I'm going to come out and kill all you.
Oh, I see. John Wick shit. Okay.
Yeah,
I got it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That does sound like some dumb logic of we want to protect the squirrel, so we're going to kill it anyway. Yeah. Some stupid.
Yeah, he found the squirrel that was hurt, like in the rain and dying or something, brought it in the house, saved its life. And then the squirrel loved him so much, he just kept around him all the time. And then the cops came and killed the goddamn squirrel.
It's fucking stupid. He's got a gun. They're like, he's got a gun. Sounds like pig logic. That's what's the matter with you. Did you ever watch this cartoon?
Last time, you remember, the trustees of Wasamatta U were wondering how to keep their college from going bankrupt.
How about giving an honorary degree to Danny Warbucks?
You ninny, he's only a make-believe character.
We're real?
Real? I like that, yeah. Well, good old Bowinkle. Mr. Machine Elias, my brother. What you got going on, man?
Nothing really. We'll be streaming tomorrow, 9:15 p.m. Eastern time, and of course we stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. So yeah. So like I said, we go in a lot deeper than that. Little 20-minute video we saw there.
Yeah.
Right, on a lot of those topics and where they originate.
Yeah, absolutely you do, man. Taking us to uncharted waters. That's why it's so fascinating. Every time you're shown, never a moment.
Yeah, we've touched on the origins of transhumanism, the Kabbalah, the philosophy of technology, and obviously Gnosticism and all that type of stuff. So we've covered a lot of that stuff on the show.
Right. I'm going to be there too. I'll be listening. Maybe hopefully I can hop on the panel if you open it up. Oh yeah, by the way, when I was tagging you on our show yesterday, your thing doesn't come up as a hyperlink. The Machine Lies channel.
Yeah, they're trying to suppress that shit. So you guys are gonna have to look it up yourself. That's why we have it timed. So don't depend on notifications and stuff. Just go to the channel at 9:15 p.m. That's the only time that will be on. Only on Tuesday, Eastern. Wednesday, and Saturday. So don't rely on notifications. Yeah, right. That's Eastern time, right? Yeah, we're here in Detroit, so yeah.
9:15. What days again?
Tuesday. Wednesday and Saturday. Right, so it's a short show on Tuesday, but then Wednesday and Saturday we do a longer show. So.
Cool. Yeah. I'll be there, brother. Some of the most avant-garde, real content on definitely in the panelverse, but beyond, way beyond. We appreciate you coming on, and we'll talk to you soon, Mr. Machine.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we were also on yesterday with Gabriel, so check us out yesterday, and hit him, with a like and all that stuff. So yeah, blessings.
Appreciate
thank
you, man.
ML, for all you do, and thank you for having me up, Gabriel. Yeah,
always a pleasure.
I enjoy your streams sometimes I get there a little late because at 9 o'clock your time, it's only 3 hours earlier, 6 o'clock.
Oh yeah, you're the West Coast time. That's right. Yeah, I'm in Taiwan, so I'm 12 hours ahead East Coast time. So it's 2 p.m. on Tuesday right now over here. So yeah, but yeah, Rocky, I love when you come on. You're a wealth of knowledge and you come with a cool avatar. Makes it even better. So shout out to everybody. Appreciate you. This has been They Want to Live in a Black Cube Forever. And yeah, man, don't be lonely. You have acquaintances and friends here, everybody. Come through, say hi sometimes. Peace. Love you guys. Get your elite ball knowledge here. NPC the game. Talk to you later. Peace. Love you, man.
I can feel a thing. I'm putting pressure on the head. Watch them break, watch them ask me what I do. I'm balling out there. Watch me play, watch me ask me what I do. I cannot lie, the truth I say. Turn them to a sacrifice. Y'all burn them up tonight. I watch them turn to ashes. I watch all out of sight. I want to do my best. I want me to do right. When I come that girl, I do my words. Say goodbye. I would be nobody if I left it up to y'all. I would be nobody if I left it up to y'all. Step into this bitch and I got every girl in all. Going back and forth between heaven and hell. I can't rest inside the AMG, I'm losing myself. Yeah, man, I'm watching out for nobody but myself. No one's in around whenever I need it. Yeah, scars all on my body, scars all on my body, tears all on my body. See, I never bow down for anybody, work for anybody, die for anybody. Looking before what they on, heard it before already, it's a sad song. Yeah, they looking up at me begging for validation. Do you ever get tired of desperation? Yeah, I got my eyes closed, hands up, trust. Yeah, I got my eyes closed, hands up, trust. Been another time zone, y'all can't touch. Been another time zone, y'all can't touch. I can feel a thing. I put that pressure on the head. Watch them break, watch them ask me what I do. I'm balling out there. Watch me play, watch me ask me what I do. I cannot lie, the truth I say. Turn them to a sacrifice. I'll burn them up tonight. I watch them turn to ashes. I watch all out of sight. I want to do my best. I want me to do right. When they come that girl, I do my words. Say goodbye. I would be nobody if I left it up to y'all. I would be nobody if I left it up to y'all. Step into this bitch and I got every girl in all. I say goodbye. I say goodbye.
Good job, Gabriel.